Bop, bop, bop. There we go. Welcome back to Low Energy Videos. I am your host, Low Energy Videos. And I know how a mic works, somehow. Can you believe I'm a streamer? I often feel like I've just wandered into a pile of trash and I came out with just enough things that someday I can pick up a signal and then transmute it to the rest of you. Other days, I feel like a god. And to answer your question, AW, I have not. Are they copyright free? If so, we could listen to them. If not, well, there's nothing I could do about that. I guarantee you Augusta or someone else on my Discord could, though. Speaking of, I was thinking generally of doing this whole thing on Discord, but nah. I am 6 pints and a can and a half of Barefoot Hard Seltzer. That's the knockoff White Claw shit. It tastes like pineapple. It tastes like ass. Tonight we will be drinking and looking at random shit. I put feelers out for anyone who wishes to join me tonight. If you wish to have a conversation, I'm totally all for it. Hey there, Bill. How y'all doing? Y'all having a fantastic time? I've actually had a pretty good day, all things considered. Although for some reason my left baby toe is in absolute agony. Like I slammed it against something, and I did. I slammed it against my treadmill. You're meant to help the foot, not hurt it. Anyway, let's get into the standard shilling. Throughout the night, we are going to be watching stuff. It's actually not going to be a very long stream, in all fairness. I just got a notification. I'm like, huh? Check my Discord, and it's a link to my own stream. Respect. Throughout the night, we will be looking at stuff. If you want us to look at anything, I am all ears. It's not going to be a long stream tonight. I have already, like I said, 6 pints in and a glass and a half of this, and I have something I just noticed we have in the in my local store. Boxed wine! Oh, who wants to be a trashy's 90s mom? Helga and Olga's mom from Hey Arnold. Oh, she was just resting, and she loved her boxes of grapefruit juice, did she? Okay, yeah, sure. So, yeah, throughout the night, if you want to throw something, that'd be great to look at. Otherwise, a few lolcows here and there, but also just genuine good vibes. And by good vibes, I mean probably stuff we didn't capture on BR, which is this Saturday, by the way, and we'll be joined by Alan Reyes, the one and only. On top of that, don't forget to check out Discord, Twitch, Twitter, and if you want to help out, we have a stream goal. Soap. Can't you afford soap? Why is it 30? Simple. It's tactical soap. Yes, just like Cobes. And yes, I'm going to go on a date with it. What can I say? I'm mad at my word. But only with your help. So, let's get into it, shall we? I like good vibes. Man, far out. Damn right. If you got anything that is copyright free, YouTube friendly, don't be ashamed and post it into content, channel suggestions in particular, on our Discord. Speaking of, Augusta posted this. I guess I'll share this now and get right into it. A whole hour? No, Augusta, this is like a stand-up routine. Dude, you're an old hack at this. You should know better by now. 99% of all stand-up routines are fucking copyright claimed. Ironically enough, if I'd have done this on Discord, we'd been able to watch it. Anyway, let's go and see what we can pull out of our behinds, shall we? I have no idea what the Discord, the OBS warps screens like this, but there you have it. Have to rewarp it. And I know I picked a terrible time to do this. I can think of 5 different people that are live streaming right now. Still, I promised you a show tonight. I don't have the ability to do this time tomorrow, so you are technically getting a Wasted Wednesday. It just so happens to be really early in the morning in terms of Wednesday for me. Sent an announcement. Ah, fair enough. By the way, Walter Fate got back to me. We will have him not this Saturday, but next Saturday for Bearded Ramblings. Ooh. I also told him if he wanted to pop in tonight to join me, we can do it. We could do. I think we have the power to do it. I really do. I don't care what your preconceived notions are. Anyway, alas, what we can't do is watch this guy. Sorry, this guy. We can also watch DP. Well, we can, but what's the point of that? Let's get right into something that Walter actually suggested we watch. I'm just going to look at him real quick. Randy Stair. He said he'd be the next Elliot Rogers. Randy Stair. Is that ringing a bell to any of you guys? Oh, this guy. Yes, Andrew Blaze. You all know this. I was hoping for something a bit more upbeat, to be entirely honest with you. This is a fucked up individual situation for sure. If you don't remember, this is the guy who was obsessed with, with the Danny Phantom character. I think they were trans and they just ended up going on a killing spree. It's actually the reverse of what I wanted to talk about tonight. Thank you, Walter, but pass. It's all the same to you. Yeah, like, that is a hell of a story. The motherfucker just ended up, like, just openly talking about how he wanted to just get, oh, yo, that's a good place. That's just a good place to start. Yeah, he was talking about, like, all these different, scenarios he had where he'd kill these people for being phonies and not understanding him and shit like that. It's standard shooter stuff, and he had a YouTube channel, like a way bigger YouTube channel than I could ever have, and he posted up animations of like him and his role-playing characters and eventually his own OP going on like murder sprees in schools, and people would post it, respond and be like, LOL, funny, and then he killed his parents and then killed like a bunch of people out of school. It's like, the fuck? This needs to be the next Elliot Rogers. I think he killed more than Elliot Rogers, honestly.
Sweeping Detroit has already claimed the lives of 21 police officers. Disturbance? I'm a big fan.
RoboCop time.
Now move.
Have you seen a channel, All Gas, No Brakes? I know of it. Let's watch this and then I'll type it in. Got any suggestions? Again, as always, copyright.
Can you fly?
Whee! Oh no. Sid Vicious is on a rampage. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, supermarket, not school? No. Wait. Andrew Savage. Eventually shut up his... No, he wanted to shoot up his school. Yeah, that's right, yeah.
The hell is this? Where is all the money?
We all saw it hesitate in a life and death situation. Why?
Listen, I would trust this guy with my kids. I mean, if I had any. This was just an isolated glitch.
RoboCop, man.
Dead or alive, you are coming with me.
Oh, I like that twitch at the end there. That doesn't put a big amount of like faith in with me. It looks very cheap. Kind of almost looks like some sort of mobile app game, but RoboCop franchise is something that's near dear to my heart. By the way, before we continue on, before I have a look at old Gas No Breaks, I posted something a while back. Considering the weather we've been having, I consider we just looked at some RoboCop shit.
They say 20 seconds in the California sunshine is too much these days. Ever since we lost the ozone layer. But that was before Sunblock 5000.
That's before we became Navi.
Apply a pint to your body.
Apply a pint to your body.
And you're good for hours. See you by the pool.
By the incredibly wealthy LA pool. Well, she's wearing heels.
5,000. Protection
Frequent use will cause skate cats.
for the new age.
We're gonna be wearing this shit in no time. Now, today's the first day we've not had to deal with this shit. Since the extreme heat has begun. And I know a lot of Americans are like, oh, but it's nothing really. Hell, even I got that yelled at me. Well, not yelled at me, but sort of chuckled at me. But you guys have to understand. You've had 8 pints. I've had 7? Oh, different type of pints, of course. But like a lot of Americans are like making fun of the fact that the weather is like on par. The thing is, our buildings aren't designed for this. There's no AC. The crappy fan I have is just, it's not existent. And Fire UK. Look at this shit. London itself is burning. Parts of London and huge traffic. Look at the far. Look at this. Look at this shit. And if you think this is bad, wait until winter. It's gonna be like Westeros, where the summers are incredibly high summers, and the winters are incredibly bad winters. It'll be two extremes all the time. What the fuck are we gonna do with this shit? We're gonna die is what? Anyway, all gas, no brakes. Well, yeah, of course I've seen Old Gas, No Brakes. It's the old Channel 5 channel. I knew immediately when I saw it. London Bridge is falling down, not yet 'cause it's made of stone. Give it some time and it will melt into the Thames. I know the channel very well, but like, look, it's a year since Old Gas. But you did give me an idea. When was the last time Channel 5 uploaded it? Let's watch some Channel 5. Channel 5 is actually really good. Channel 5. Sneaker Con, Wedding Con, or the Pro-Choice Rally. The Pro-Choice Rally would make me angry. Wedding Con might not. SneakerCon and WeddingCon. Yeah, alright. Alright, I'm fucking down for this shit. I'm down for this shit.
Favorite kind of sneaker?
We're going.
What kind of person is most likely to have some fugazi steppers on their toes? What defines authentic drip versus sort of copycat imitator style?
The person themselves. I mean, you can express yourself through drip, the way that they walk.
These motherfuckers were to see my shoes, they'd go into like epileptic fits.
The way that they talk.
How did you develop your drip? Were you born drippy?
Every day is a new type of drip. It's one of one. Every day you wake up, you go out, drip
I
like
had
that.
some
You know what I mean? Find some
fucking
shoes, find some Ricks, some Doc Martens.
Badass
Is it
sneakers
easy
when I was a
season?
kid,
I mean, when is it not?
No.
Well, if it was easy season all the
good
time, then it wouldn't be a season.
That's true. You got the questions on deck.
Do you think there's gonna be any rappers?
If they got drip, they're gonna be here.
Who's your favorite rapper?
It's NBA Young Sauce Boy.
So you don't fuck with Lil Durk then?
Fuck Lil Durk. He ain't slide for Vaughn. Bro's dead. That was his homie. He ain't slide.
Is that even English? What they just oh my god, I am old. I am so old. These children speak this encrypted code. Like, what the fuck? Drip sounds like an STI. I've heard drip for years, and all the time I'm thinking like, ooh, does your gynecologist know about that, or?
What is he doing?
Oh, look at that haircut! He's got a fucking toad haircut. Oh my god, he's got a toadstool haircut. I love it. I'd never wear it, but I love it.
Big bro.
You got both on. You got.
No one tells me that.
That's the BTS.
All right, we're here at SneakerCon. Lil Durk probably won't be here.
God, how tall are these kids when the cameraman is shorter than they are?
I hope they have Galaxy foams up in here.
You want some Galaxy foams? You've been stuck in 2012, bro.
Here we are. We're almost there.
Stuck in 2012. Bro, you don't even know the type of foams they have now. They have foams F5. What's that mean? I don't know, but it sounds really great and only costs $5,000.
SneakerCon, Anaheim, where?
California.
Anaheim, California. Home of Disney and...
Give me 1 sec.
Who do you think has more sneakers, Lil Durk or NBA Youngboy?
NBA Youngboy.
How come?
Because he's got drip compared to Lil Durk.
Oh shit.
Heard of him.
Ass pizza. Arsip. Can you tell him out of the pub? Arsip. Artist. Designer and friend of the show, Ass Pizza, everyone.
Yeah, energy getting mad. I just finished eating, about to get some head relaxed. He took a trip to the woods near the farm, where I'm helping my chick outside.
This is the audience that Billy the Fridge wants to fucking coerce to his evil ways. And you know what I say? Go for it.
Keto bits on my arm.
My name is Austin. People know me as Ass Pizza. I make clothes.
Why do they call you Ass Pizza?
That's just my Instagram name that I have for a long time, and now
Oh my
I'm just
god,
stuck with
what's his face tattoo? Already a brilliant sign, have to say. Follow your dreams. Oh. I agree.
it for life.
Did you cop any drip in there?
Say about that?
Absolutely not. There's no drip in there.
A lot of corny shit in there?
Yeah.
Can I find some cool stuff?
No.
You see anybody with Galaxy foam posits?
Dude, I've been looking for Galaxy phones for a long time. So if you're looking for those, I respect that.
Where are you going?
We're gonna crash WeddingCon.
WeddingCon?
It's upstairs. You should come.
All right, we're now inside the Anaheim Convention Center.
This was
Me
the
and Austin
best
are
decision
pulsing
I've
with
made
excitement.
all night.
Are you guys here for SneakerCon or WeddingCon?
Wedding.
What's it like up there? Is it fun?
It's nice. It's nice.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Right here, there's a bunch of ladies
They're going
who
up
want
to
to get
Dublin
married.
Airport.
They're inspired. They're at WeddingCon. They're missing one thing. A bunch of handsome men.
WeddingCon seems like a pretty good place to find a wife.
They fuck with weddings.
We're at the WeddingCon. We're gonna see what's going on. We're right above SneakerCon. Men's Warehouse? Where's Men's Warehouse? Oh, fantastic.
It's the ring bearer here. He's in our
Oh my god, it's Mini-Me's outfit.
charcoal tuxedo.
Looks like he got decapitated.
You know, it happens.
How did he lose his head? Cartel situation, or you think it was like Middle East?
I've never gotten sneaker culture. You're going to wear something to show how rich you are, but it's going to get worn out. No, dude. The hat I wear, the big fedora one. Hang on. Because I haven't worn it on the screen in a while, and I've been finding an excuse to wear it. There's a story that actually relates directly to this. Whee! Whoop. I'm gonna close that door. What up, tubes? God, I do. It does look increasingly like Cobb's hat. Jesus Christ. This motherfucker, when I asked those very questions, he said, this hat was never meant to have long-term, like, you're not meant to have it on for long periods of time. This is a special situation hat that, at its peak, looks like, kinda like Indiana Jones's hat if you put it in the right angle. In reality, well, I was homeless in this thing. You know, it's been through its fair shares. Even before being homeless, it went through its fair shares of water and the like. They're not designed for that. People shouldn't be wearing those sort of sneakers every single day because they're designed for like special events. The idea being that you get out of a car, like an Uber or something, you pose for your Instagram, and then you go inside a well-regulated like convention hall and shit like that. That belongs in a museum. You belong in a museum. No, hell no. So do you. There. I almost forgot the quote. God, I love my hat. How is my hat, which has been with me on at least 3 continents, numerous countries, time zones, hours of the day, and weathers. I have gotten into a fist fight in that hat and it didn't fly off my head. How the fuck is that motherfucker in better state than Cobb's hat? What does he do with it? Does he wipe his ass with it? Does he fuck it?
I'd say middle
But yeah, it was never designed for the shit I put it through, and I don't care. I do not care. Because in January, you're gonna see me getting off the plane wearing that motherfucker.
It's harp time, foo.
Harp? As an Irishman, I've never seen one of these.
40% off, custom tuxedos. Satin lapel.
Are you married?
I'm not.
What are you guys selling here?
Wedding dresses, bridesmaid dresses.
Are you married?
No, not yet.
Do you want to be married?
Yes. Hopefully he just proposes soon. I'm waiting on it.
Oh, you got a man?
Yes.
What's his name?
Chance. You need to hurry up.
Chance, hurry up. Your pros fiancé will find him. He'll film your wedding for free. Hey, Chance. Chance. You have 1 year. If not, wedding girl, I have my own YouTube channel. I get dozens of views per stream. Dozens. Even 3 dozens sometimes. 5 on really good days. Even occasionally get a little bit of money. On top of that, look at this beard. What can I say? You, me, wedding girl, we can make this happen. Drop that 0, get with a hero.
You think open bar is a good call for a wedding?
Oh yeah, hell yeah. When I got married, actually, I blacked out on margaritas.
Did you?
Rightly so, too. How else are you going to fuck up? Never propose. Not a chance. Oh.
Grow up?
Yeah. My husband, he even wiped it from my face. That's love, baby.
What's your favorite?
Thank Christ I hadn't had a drink earlier. Fucking hell. What did he wipe from a face? Because I had a wet dream a few days ago that involved a lot of wiping from faces from a girl. Now that's where my mind's been the past few days on those topics. Oh no, I just poured all this mayonnaise all over my face. Ah.
Everything about your soon-to-be bride.
I think she's really smart. Does a lot of things that I am incapable of doing.
Was it love at first sight?
I think it was a couple. No, not initially. It took a lot of interaction.
Is he?
The young Assad family looks very happy together.
Is he amazing or what?
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, amazing. Like completely.
Oh Jesus Christ! It's the dad. It's Olga and Helga's dad from Hey Arnold. What is this? What is this crud?
Do you mind if I ask you a question real quick? What is your secret?
Love. My most famous compositions are actually dedicated to my wife. And you know my most special concert ever? You may want to hear this. I played in the delivery room during the birth of my second daughter. One of my CDs is actually called Heart, Love and Birth. The last 4 minutes of that CD is the original recording. You can hear the first cry of our daughter.
Is there any event that you wouldn't harp for?
Believe it or not, I even played for a divorce.
Groomsmen were originally meant to keep the other dudes from kidnapping the bride, and in some countries they still are. And some have argued by that logic, you have the bridesmaids dress uglier, so they in turn can present more of an available target, you know? Like, oh, that's too well guarded a target. However, the one wearing burlap and covered in mud, I think I could pull this off.
Wedding con, baby. Excuse me, sir? Are you getting married?
Oh yeah.
No, I just like to sniff them. I just like to sniff them.
Are you excited?
Yes, I'm excited. I'm marrying this gorgeous woman right here. And she's got taken care of all the planning.
Is that why you guys are here at the wedding con?
That's right.
Are you interested in going downstairs to the sneak?
Damn! Can you go over and talk to her for a few minutes? I'm just saying. I'm that right level of drunk.
Sneaker convention that's also happening in this convention center?
No, I already have shoes.
What kind of shoes are those?
Those are... I'm not sure exactly what kind, but my fiance got those for me too as a birthday gift.
They look pretty cool. I got on the wall.
Does she buy your underwear? Does she buy your fucking... Oh god. This is the guy who's gonna one day just be behind his wife at the checkout going, yes, dear. No, dear. Yes, dear. No, I'm gonna kill you all. Yes, dear. No, dear.
Walmart Avias, they're $35.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I'm all about being frugal, so, you know.
As one should be. You got something to save for.
Yeah, exactly.
She's wandering off like, okay, yeah, I guess he's doing that.
Yeah. What do you call that one? I was expecting something different. I was expecting there to be a lot of brides looking for a groom. It seems like everyone here is just trying to pitch something like wedding dresses. They're definitely trying to make some money here. Good for them. I don't know what to really feel about this place. But I think it's better than SneakerCon. That's one thing.
It wasn't so long ago you didn't need very many fingers to count the different styles of basketball sneakers. And the price...
A long time ago, I used to feel feelings. Then I discovered Prozac. Prozac. It's the white American woman's answer to everything.
Well, you could buy a decent pair of sneakers for under $30. Way under. Alas, those days are long gone, and in their place, a culture where high-priced kicks mean status, power, and sometimes even big-time bucks.
What's up, G's? Did you guys get any shoes?
Look how he's posing. Oh my god, I almost missed that. I went potty in my pants. His mom just comes out and goes, "Oh, for God's sake, George. I've only brought one spare and you've gone through 3. You said they'd be clean in between. Just go to the toilet like a normal kid. It scares me."
Go, bro. Did you guys get any shoes?
Yeah, we did.
Okay, what's your favorite shoes that you got?
Probably the Off-White Lot Dunks.
What do you guys think of my Avias?
I was about to say, those might be the worst shoes out right now. Donald Trump, 2024.
Hey, kid, you look, kid, look at me.
Those might be the worst shoes out right now. Donald.
Look at me, kid. You are without a shadow of doubt Ben Pye from, I'd say, 15 years ago. It's not a pro or a con. It's just a statement of fact. I don't care about what you said. You speak gibberish at this point.
Trump 2024.
I'm Art for Abstract. I'm coming out this year as an artist. I got signed by the same company that owns Pablo Picasso's estate.
Do you fuck with Van Gogh?
Yeah, I definitely do. It's my art. This is for dabs. You scoop it and then you put it in the banger while it's hot and then you dab.
Oh, that dude's from Alabama. How do you know? How exactly is he, like, famous? Or is he an actual, like, dude from Alabama? Like, you just know him, like, some sort of scent that goes through the screen? Because that'd be impressive. Like I said, I've been to the States enough times now. I'm getting a sort of second home vibe. I literally have a US flag behind me. But you can tell that I still haven't. Time traveling Ben Pye, right?
Oh my God, there's so many sneakers in here. This shit is crazy.
Can I just say SneakerCon's trying a lot harder than WeddingCon, and when you think about it, that's kind of weird. Like, WeddingCon is meant to be a declaration of, like, an internal partnership, while SneakerCon is what's going to be hip. I was going to say what's going to be trip, but it is technically footwear, so it still works. For the next, say, 6 months, you know, 3 months. Oh my
It's actually kind of crazy.
It's like ravioli. Look at feeding. Ah yes, footwear. Well-known establishments of punching bags.
All right, where are we at right now, guys?
SneakerCon Los Angeles.
Is there any kind of shoe you guys would just never wear?
The J Balvin Jordans.
You don't like?
Oh look, it's the future voters of America. Fuck.
J Balvin?
Nah.
What grade are you guys in?
7.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
Either a porn star or like a professional like race car driver.
Follow your dreams, kid. Those are high risk, high reward professions. I have nothing negative to say to that.
Want to spit a few bars?
Alright. This is a diss track on my homie Zach. I'm about to bounce back. You look like a Roblox shirt that. Hey, got a bowl cut in the back. Hey, you look like a rat.
Drop that bitch.
Hey, you're silly and whack. Hey.
Bitch.
That's a diss song to your friend Zach?
Yeah, Z-A-T-C-H, spelled Zach.
Why don't you like Zach?
Trapaholics.
He's a nice guy, but he roasted me.
Okay, damn.
Yes.
Have you been in a fight before?
No.
At his age, I might have lied. So, respect. Yeah, I fought a dinosaur once.
All right, guys. Well, thank you for coming to SneakerCon. Thank you for really sharing your project with us and educating people today on like what NFTs are, because it's so new. There's so many scams and things happening. Like anything new, right?
It's the foundation of a new type of culture, you know?
Absolutely.
Wow, Keemstar has been hitting the tanning rack. You fucking bottom feeder there, Keem.
Drip or drown?
Drip.
Why?
Who's a bitch? Is it Bazizi? No. But everyone else is a bitch.
Because drip is essential. Thank you.
I saw a pedophile nearby.
Where?
I don't know, but I think he's over there.
Oh, they need to go kill him.
What's your preferred?
I'm gonna say that on camera while looking right at the camera, and I'll get away with it too. No, buddy, you're black. I'll go to report him to the authorities. It's a black man approaching us. Open fire. That's just the end of it. A very weird way to end an episode, but
Weird way of execution.
Look, it ain't my job to do it, but somebody else got to do it.
Your favorite kind of shoes?
Jordans.
You guys run this shit.
Okay. Wait, I'm confused. I'm confused at what's going on. Oh, you got some nice shoes on today. I like those, bro.
This is like the Ultra Dad shoe. There are a lot of shoes that have taken form over the last few years that got their
have
soul.
you noticed? Oh God, could you imagine if they did these this floor just for girls with skirts?
From this shoe right here.
You could probably trade your Avias all the way up to a Galaxy foam here.
How?
You have to trade.
So where would I begin my trade journey?
The trading pit. The trading pit. Those guys are willing to wheel and deal. So I think you could take those off, wheel and deal for something else, and then just keep working your way up around.
It gets lit in the pit.
I'm about to fuck so I cash up on
What can you trade me for these Avias? Peep game. You don't fuck with these ones?
I'm good.
Is that Supreme?
Costco. I'll do a sticker, that's
A sticker?
Yeah. Actually, yeah, sure.
A shirt?
Yeah.
What shirt do we got going? Make them say, You down to trade?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude. Are you serious?
Yeah.
You know, in all fairness, anyone in the chat actually trade some clothes at a club or a bar or a party. I've done it, and of all the people, it was the bouncer. This was in not Tenerife, Portugal. South of Portugal. I was there with my friend. He had met up with some girls. I was the +1. She was the +1. She did not want to be there. I had no idea what the fuck I was doing. We were pretty fucking young, but we still managed to sneak into a few bars. And because no one cards you. No one cards you. I walked in, and suddenly I have this pure ebony hand, bigger than my shoulder, put it on me, swings me around, and he's like, "Hey man," I'm like, "I didn't do anything. I've got ID," and he's like, "No, I like your shoes. You want my shoes for your shoes?" And I'm like, "You want my shoes?" He's like, "Yeah, I really like your shoes, man." I'm like, well, I don't know. I just got them," which was true. I just did get them that day. And he's like, "All right, I'll tell you what. You and your friends, 2 free drinks, a bunch of free T-shirts, and my shoes." And I was like, "All right." And sure enough, I traded him my shoes, and they fit perfectly, and his fit perfectly, and we got a bunch of T-shirts and a bunch of cocktails that would have set us back a good chunk of money because it was designed to gouge out a bunch of drunken tourists. It was good. The guy looked like a fucking giant to me, though. I was like, I don't know, 17, 18 at the time. I think I was going off to work in the States later that year. And no, I had just come back. Oh, that was some crazy shit.
What's your name, bro?
I was also suffering from massive dandruff, and when I was underneath the neon lights, my like bright shirt I was wearing showed it off, and everyone thought it was a part of the motif of the shirt, and I was like, "Oh yeah, it has a sort of like snow motif."
Brian, Andrew, good to meet you, dog. What do you think of that trade?
That trade was impressive. He went for it. I loved it.
So what comes next?
You need some new shoes, or you can walk like that.
Let's go find somebody who will take a trade. So check it out. I have this vintage like Master P shirt from the late 90s, New Orleans, Master P, no limit.
Carter, he traded it for his shoes. He don't got shoes no more. What do we got at the booth?
Who needs shoes at SneakerCon anyway?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? We keep most of our shit at the booth.
So what's it like growing up in Boise?
I feel like I had a different part of Boise that everyone else had. I was doing some stupid ass shit when I was a kid. I did my time for what I did, and now we're just switching, just
running a business with my boy Carter over here.
What's jail like in Idaho?
The guards treat you like shit, bro. Like, they don't give a fuck about you at all. So you just have to deal with it, put your head down and like try to get out of it.
Did you have
I passed through Boise and it looked like a shithole. That's all I have on the input of Boise. That's it.
to click up with like the woods or the?
It wasn't Boise, it was Des Moines. Yeah, I have no idea. All I know is Boise's a place on the map.
AB?
I kind of kicked it outside my race. I don't like racism, you know? I actually got like shit on by some of the brothers. I couldn't kick it with the white boys because I kick it with like the brothers and then the Serranos, you feel me?
What are you gonna trade him, Mom? What you got? Are you really doing this?
Oh shit!
I got you on the shirt even though it's not vintage.
Damn, thank you, bro. I appreciate that. Sick. So what are these?
Whoa. Signal Orange Jordan 1 mids, yeah. They're like patent. They came.
Matt says sneakers, these people are obsessed with underwear, like people coming up to you asking, hey, Crowley, your balls are small. You know you are talking to a guy with no jeans on right now. I've got my robot on her, and it's gotten a lot cooler over the past day. But you know, I still don't have my jeans on because fuck it. But I could imagine like strutting around. The thing is that if this was Twitch, I could do that. I could just walk around in like a pair of underwear, and people are like, dude, what are those, Calvin's? What year? 2017. First edition. Oh man, I'll trade you. And then they just fucking flip them off for like, I don't know, some those Manscaped briefs, you know? What you got? I got a Borat Mankini going on here. Like you have to ask.
Came out pretty recently, yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you, bro. Moving up. And what's your Instagram, by the way, bro?
We're Boise Barter Market.
Very
Started
smart for picking those socks. I would pick 2 random old socks I'd just find lying on the floor from probably the day before if I was like on the road.
Off with Jan Sports and now I'm Air Jordan and Cash App. The best way.
No, little one. No. But hold on. I was gonna say, there's more to this episode. Why is he?
I think you just came up crazy, like 160.
160 bucks for these?
160 bucks, brand new. Don't put no feet in them.
Hey, you guys fucking with these?
Oh shit, another green? Yeah, okay.
We're going up.
That's sick, dude.
That's a sick ass tree.
So how's everything going?
Things are going well. I'm standing outside. I'm showing people my art. Somebody gave me a box of free Yeezys.
Hell yeah. Well, I just got some new shoes. I lost my shoes, but I'm wondering if you would be willing to trade a painting for a pair of Air Jordans.
For a pair of Air Jordans?
Yeah.
Yes. So maybe you like the big one?
Yeah, definitely.
The big one.
Really?
I was gonna give this to Wiz Khalifa outside.
This is sick as hell.
Is she really Khalifa? She's fucking Oh, is she going to WedCon? Oh, that would get some tongues wagging, and not normally in the case. Or
how would you describe the style?
I would describe this style as an explosion of emotions, silent but very vibrant.
Hell yeah, it is. Well, yeah, I mean these Jordans are pretty big.
They look like clown shoes on her. Aww. She's going to be someone's first, I'm going to block you on all social medias. Like, they're going to just lose their fucking mind to her. Like, she's going to be like, yeah, I think you're really cool. Oh, do you want to hang out sometime? You're just not really my type. And then there's a massive text of, like, incel expletives. Everything you could imagine, so she blocks him in the next 5 seconds. Like, he creates like 25 sock accounts. And the thing is, that guy, 45 years old. They are fucking huge on her, though. Fine art can be invested. Yeah, that's technically true. Who are they? Kings and Generals channel are sponsored by a brokerage of fine art. That was short, but it was a good episode. I also have to say, Channel 5 is becoming increasingly more focused on their sponsors, just their smidge each episode. So I am wondering, all these things that they do, how is it funded other than the, like, do they have a a Patreon. They don't. It's just sponsorships. I do not throw shade at them. I do not. The game is what I have to hustle with, not the hustlers. I myself am a hustler. Like, share, and subscribe, and all that good shit. Now, podcast topics and news. Drunken magpie on fermented apples. Ooh. I had a feeling one of you guys updated. So let's get right into the update. I've seen footage of baboons do this, and elephants will kill. No joke. In India, they will attack all their, in some parts of India anyway, all their breweries are built underground. Like the silos are actually built underground because the elephants will storm in through the gates to try to get into them because they can smell the fermentation. Aww. Oh god, there was a drunk guy today in the pub, and I mean angry drunk. On my Discord I told a story. For you guys who aren't a part of it, join the Discord. You can throw me suggestions, still something to watch. But he basically, I came in and he was already probably well past the point of being cut off. He was talking to the barman and he got into a huge sort of like, what, over and over again. And eventually he went off to the toilet and got sick and came out and he was like, it's your job, slamming his fist on the table saying, it's your job, serve me a fucking pint, serve me a drink, over and over and over again. And it was just like Dave wasn't having any of it. Eventually, I think he realized how much of a damn fool he was making and left. Shit happens. I've seen far worse. In Dublin, I've seen the police show up. The worst ever had to be up on Dorset Street. I won't actually show the pub in question. I think it's gone now. Dorset Street. If you guys remember, I lived, when I first moved out of Dublin, I lived in Dorset Street, around Whitworth Road here. I lived up around, I think this building here, quite honestly with you. But if we scroll down here, you have a few pubs around here. You keep on going down, you have a little bit of a walk. This pub here had some of the worst I'll post the best pick ever in general and bartender. Fuck yeah. Fuck, you go though. You do it, man. Let's actually go to Street View. Easier for me. O'Mara's, it's called now, is it? It used to be called like the Red Parrot or something. Anyway, it had, oh there it is, yeah, the Red Parrot, it's still called the Red Parrot. And it had some of the worst karaoke I've ever heard. So bad that I used to live where that bus is, like some of those houses back here. And I could hear whoever she was belting it out. And I know it was karaoke because I went in there one night on a karaoke night without realizing it, and it was her voice, and it was so bad. Oh, it was so bad. But anyway, let's go up a bit. As you get to, this was great though because you could just walk straight into Dublin. The big tree. I never liked the big tree. It was always closed, or it was always like full of like a function or something like that. But a little bit further on, you had a pub here, and I don't know if it's still around. It was called Kavanagh's. It was the first place I had triple cut chips. It was like a real craft bar. I've been in Spice and Rice, although it used to be called something else back then. And it was... There's the Old Triangle. The Old Triangle's very famous for this here. Bobby Sands' mural was painted up here back in the day. But I think it was this far ahead. Anyway, on one of these roads, on one of these here used to be called a place called Kavanagh's. And I went in it one night and it was pretty late in the evening. And sure enough, there was this old guy there, and I had drank a few, and it was pretty late in the evening, but for whatever reason, they hadn't closed up shop, so I wasn't caring. I kept on making the occasional other call and talking to some people, until eventually there's this one old guy who he looked fine at first. He had like long white hair. He actually looked a little bit like Steve McRae. But he was like Steve when he'd be like on a summer holiday, you know, like he had a sleeveless sort of vest thing going on and he had these shades on. It wasn't summer, but whatever. Sure enough, he started to hit on he must have been like 50, even 60, and he started to hit on the barmaid behind it, who was like getting ready for last call, and she couldn't have been more than 23. So obviously wasn't having it and was being polite, but he got so angry that he started blating shit at her. The barman came out, talked him down, the police were called, and he was going on and on how she should have been lucky to have a man like him in her life. Like pure incel shit, but at his age. And although I hadn't gotten an order in a while, because like not only was it, even if they were still serving, it was like well past the point where I could make an order, considering it was just like her and the barman, and both of which were just constantly being like trying to calm this fucking lush, for lack of a better term, down. And eventually the guards came and just basically browbeat him into leaving. Like, I remember that guy. That guy always stuck out in my head. I've seen, like, fights. I've been in fights. But that one always stuck out in my head because he was, like... It wouldn't be the ones you expect going in. You know, like, going out of it... Just like when, ever I'm on this street, going back here to the map real quick. These houses, about a week after I arrived... I went up here to the, there's the Apache. That's the Apache. I told a story years ago where, there's a spar here. Or if not here, then it's somewhere here. That used to be my local shop, or else I'd walk up a little further and went to the Tesco's. But there was a guy over here, and for hours and hours he was slamming on one of these doors asking to get back in. And like all of the street could hear it. And this is like a major street in northern Dublin. Dorset Street, or Dorset Street, is one of the major streets. It's gotten a lot more gentrified now, but when I was like in my 20s when I was here, this place was still kind of rough. I watched this get built. I remember when this got turned into an Indian restaurant, and now it looks like a solicitor's? And this is this year. Oh, it's still the Indian. Some of the original couple that worked here lived in my house, and they used to cook a lot of their food at home before taking it to work, and the smell was amazing. Being a bartender is just pouring drinks, being a therapist, babysitter, and bouncer. Bouncer if need be. Therapist if you're really good at it. Babysitter, yeah, you have to learn. Yeah, there's a lot of nuances to being open, bam. All the while, don't forget, you're trying to get money from these motherfuckers. But unless your pub is really struggling, You don't need the money an individual is giving. So people have to remember that. This is from you anyway there, Crow. The customer is always right, but the bartender decides who is still a customer. True. I've been banned from just walking in a front door. Was I shit-faced? Sometimes, yes. Other times I'd walk in cold stone sober, not just in one place, throughout my life, in others, and they're like, no, don't like to look at you. The weirdest one ever had to be a bouncer who wouldn't let me in the front door. I hadn't had a single drop, and I was all dolled up. I was in like a good pair of trousers, good pair of shoes, nice shirt. I was ready to go out, ready to see, and he just looked at me and said, I don't like to look at you tonight, mate. I don't like to look at your eyes. But I'm smart enough to not fight with a bouncer. I tried it once when I was a fucking dumbass drunk teen. And I mean drunk ass teen. And what does a drunk ass teen get? He gets the Bobby Kennedy. That's what he gets. He gets this, basically. A barman has to toss it out. Over here, though, bouncers are so goddamn prevalent. It's insane. And they're needed, too. This is a party town, or at least it was. It's coming back into being a party town again, which is, you know, great for the economy. But that means you have to put up with some gobshites, particularly young gobshites who don't know how to handle their drink. That's what I say, like, I always laugh at Americans who are like, oh man, you guys could just handle your drink 10 times better. Points? Maybe, but everyone gets drunk. And sometimes you drink for the same reason globally. You're sad, or you want to forget yourself, or you just lose track of time, or you haven't eaten, or your drink has been spiked, or it just hits you differently some days, or it hits you differently because of the weather. Alcohol will fuck you up. Oh, I want to show the video. It's been seen before. I don't care. It's perfect, and it's in a bar. It's from a bar I've actually been to more than once. Is this the one? This is the one. Yeah. Okay, so this is at a place called the Woolshed. The Woolshed is a great place. Am I going to be a Barney? Only if you want to be. It's up to you to decide if that's the life for you. You've probably seen this one before. The Woolshed's a Brazilian, Australian sort of place. It's right next to a really big movie theatre and next to, at one point, one of the best places to buy books in Dublin. As well as a kind of sketchy, what would you call it? Pet shop?
That's all that now.
But around about 6 o'clock, they break out the bouncers for gobshites like this. And I guarantee you, I've talked to this guy. Like, I was probably drunk, and I was like, how are you there, sir? Doing grand, yourself? Fantastic. Busy night? Not yet, and that's the way we like it. And
they're individuals.
That's me in. Or he goes, no. Like, you've been drinking tonight, sir? A little bit, yeah. Nothing crazy. Don't go crazy. But yeah, this guy doesn't get in. Yeah, look at this shit. Yeah, they all have little radios and shit. He's not even in his full night outfit, which is like they wear the big black coats, which make them look a little bit like some sort of secret security or cops or like Gestapo in some cases. Especially when they have skinheads, you know. Sometimes they're necessary. Yep. Down. Down.
Game over.
Game over.
He's gone.
Come on. Go on. Go on. Go on. Yeah. Back in Egypt.
Is he okay? Is he
Hey, he's down.
Is he okay? Call the ambulance for him. Go home. Hey, his head is open. Hey, his head is open.
His head is open.
His head's open. His head is open. Yep. This, that. Teutner? Teutner? What the fuck? Ooh, some roll rage. Oh, it's in Tesco's. In a Rick. That doesn't look like the. Is that the UK? Yep, Hertfordshire. Hertfordshire, that's a fancy part of the UK. Too early for that shite. Well, don't forget where we are. We're pretty far north. We are goddamn north. That could have been in the middle of the summer. Don't forget that. But it could have also been 10 o'clock in the evening.
Video in it. What is she doing?
But when tourists show up, sometimes tourists get shit-faced 10 o'clock in the morning and don't stop. Sometimes your boy Lolo does. The difference is I don't start fights with bouncers. In fact, a good chance I won't go out into town. I'll rather stay home and maybe go up to get a pizza and maybe even do a bit of live streaming. Oh, Jesus.
Get out!
Fucking hell.
Get out of the car!
Is this a Christmas? That looks like the Christmas Tesco's uniform.
What is wrong with them? Tires! Get out!
What's it say? Ice rink up at Mum's. Fucking hell, what's going on? This is nuts. Ah, Jesus. I'm going to lay down for a bit. By the time you get that message, I would have already laid down. That's alright there, Bill. I'm very happy for you to show up. This won't be a long stream tonight. This can't be a long stream for tonight. I have too many things to do, frankly, in the morning, so I can't stay too long. I will crack open the box of wine, though. Oh yeah, I'm sure you're gonna get far. Let's just look for the blue car that has no side mirrors. Fucking hell. Alright. Let's watch something with a bit more up.
They were.
Woo! I didn't ask. Oh, I did actually ask for autoplay. Autoplay is on. Alright, let's have a look. I don't want to take up too much stuff that could be used on the show on Saturday, but I also have a lot. So let's just cut into the stuff that I still have. I guess I can go for another hour and a half, maybe an hour and 3. Make a nice 3-hour stream, basically. Just have a look around, see what we get. No. None of these. Interesting. This is the problem with doing a stream without actually getting any of your stuff lined up. I'm just gonna end up struggling. But there was this guy I want to actually show off that we've seen before, I guess. And it was no, none of those. Give me a second. I know, riveting stuff. That's why. I got the name wrong. When I was talking to Walter, I told him about this guy. If you know DP, you probably know this guy. James Robert Clark III. He's how to put this? He's a little wrong? Question mark? No, not question mark. Like, he uploads, as you can see, nearly every day. And he is, if you don't know, DP brought him up for being well, he's a lol cow, but he's also clearly on the, how to put this, not the spectrum, but on the red alert segment. He is obsessed with this nurse that he met once and thinks him and her have a connection, even though she's made no connection to him, no contact afterwards. But he talks about her endlessly and he bought stuff for her and describes her perfect date. He also wanted to meet up with this Argentinian girl who was far younger than him on Instagram. Standard teenage Instagram, you know, look at me posing by a pool in bikini sort of pictures. And he went out, tried to go out to Argentina, and she had him legally blocked from entering the country. And people said if he found a way into Argentina, he'd be lynched. And he's how to put this? He's the old Mr. Swirly, you know. He's the old nope. But he also has massive fights with people who call him out, and your boy included. Not that he has a call out of me yet. What?
Wanted me to.
Again, am I white? Are you? Question mark. Alt-right radical confusion. Oh, right, I forgot about this. Of all his bullshit, him being a neo-Nazi or him being like alt-right is not really a big deal to me, but because obviously I surround myself with stuff from alt-righters all the time that, oh yeah, of course he's alt-right. Oh yeah, that's like a really bad thing. It's like the default now. It's not even like everyone I see is going to be on the alt-right spectrum to some degree. But I always thought that he looks like, his jaw at least looks like Buzz Lightyear. If Buzz Lightyear had a bad breakup, you know?
Do a video on the Amerimut meme, and I'm gonna do it on the Amerimut meme, and I'm also gonna do it on the concept of La Raza Cosmica, because somebody...
I can't, like, I don't have any context to this. He has a very odd way of talking. He does look like a proud boy. He kinda is. Creeping on my nurse. In the US, we have the right to... Yes!
So an associate of mine made me aware of the Truthful Lies new video about me inviting my hopefully soon-to-be friend berry picking. Okay.
Yeah, he told her, if you want, you can go berry picking. She doesn't watch these, or if she does, she's being very quiet about it. Smart. And he kind of just is like, if you come up here to Pennsylvania, we can go berry picking. That okay? And you know, it's very odd. He's like, it's like that meme of the kid going, "Hello, future girlfriend." Only he's a grown ass man, and most likely it was like his nurse was just being nice to him, you know, as her job is, because their job requires you to talk to them. It's called a bedside manner. And I'm pondering, no woman, an attractive woman at that, has ever been nice to him or just talked to him, and he assumes. He also apparently was like institutionalized for a while. I heard that he had some sort of, how to put this, like he was in an institution, and one of his jobs was that, as he was about to be released, was to be like the driver when the good patients would go out and about, you know? He's gonna bury the nurse in a shallow hole after he gets their berries. If he had his way.
I want to be clear, people don't understand this. When you go berry picking in the state of Pennsylvania or the state of New Jersey, you do actually have to pay quite a lot of money to go berry picking. Berries are not cheap. Okay.
I've done it. Didn't have to pay a penny. Just want to know where they grow naturally.
The reason I invited her to go berry picking is I thought it would be a fun
Harrisburg.
activity to do outside.
3 months.
That's why I invited her to go berry picking.
Yeah, the random stranger who you'd never met. Well, you did meet, but in a very professional, sort of non-sexual or romantic sort of way. You then started hitting on via YouTube video. That would be like if I were to hit on the receptionist of my doctor, or the woman at the checkout, you know? Imagine if there was like a low energy video where it was like, hey, so when you were scanning that scratch card and that can of Lucozade, I felt a connection. And that's really, like, that's what it boils down to. You talk like this, and I guarantee you've never talked like that to anyone else before, and I understand. And I do. And I think we have a connection. And I have a feeling that you've been looking into me. So maybe you go and you find a connection with me. Like, if I can find that video, I'll show it. He's the berry picker.
I wasn't going berry picking in the wilderness. That is, you know, well, I actually do know some spots where there are a good deal of raspberries and things, but that's not the point. The point is I wanted to take her to a blueberry or strawberry farm to go berry picking. That was what I was talking about. But more importantly, the more this guy spurges out, the more hilarious
When are you going to bear my children?
Now, the thing is, look, I don't think I look like I'm in my early 20s. I don't. I actually think I do look old as hell. It's actually younger women that tell me I look like I'm younger. Younger women that are surprised at how old I am. Younger women that are attracted to me. Okay, so yeah,
Okay. That's his thing. He often says, okay.
kind of where that comes from. Also, I'm not stalking this young lady, okay? Inviting somebody to do things with me on a public forum without mentioning her name
is creepy as fuck and weird and I've never done before.
Is not stalking her. However, you saying that you're going to come to the United States and interview her
is not stalking either, because if he gets in contact with her and she agrees to it and she says, dude, leave me the fuck alone, you're creepy as fuck, you're kind of, I've reported you to the police, isn't stalking. It's preventative methods. I do actually hope he keeps this up until eventually the police knock at his door. It's kind of like a Jared thing. I'm glad he's self-reporting, you know? I mean, Jared does it 10 times worse. 1,000 times worse. But he kind of doesn't understand. He won't understand while he's getting handcuffed. Like, he'll be like, but I have the right to talk to her. Doesn't she understand? She belongs to me. That's not strange. We had a connection.
Thankfully, you have no idea who she is, so I know she's at least somewhat safe. But
you're protecting her from strangers.
Shit job
Good
anyway.
to know.
By the time
Go
you ever
to the
get
hospital
to the United
every
States.
day to protect her.
But the good news is you don't know who she is, so I know she's relatively safe. But who's stalking her? Me.
You.
Me, the guy that met her once.
I won't shut up about her either. I pick berries in PA for free. Amen to that. Thoughts on Ragnar Redbeard? Yeah, I showed Walter this guy, or I told Walter about this guy. You know, Walter, for all his information on lolcows, had no idea who King Cobra was until he was on the show. He's going to show us next Saturday tons of stuff that Lucas has built out. And I said, in exchange, we need to show you more Cobes.
Her out to do some fun things. Made a couple videos. Okay? Or the guy that is threatening to meet her. And just
Threatening.
so you know.
You tried to go to he took his stimulus check and tried to go to fucking Argentina to meet an Instagram girl.
In case you're unaware, in the United States there are medical confidentiality laws. So she wouldn't be able to talk to you anyway if you were interviewing her. Okay, that's number one. Okay, number two, she would never do that.
Hey, August. By the way, August, just want to say the link you put in channel suggestions is a stand-up routine. I can't show a stand-up routine here on YouTube. Maybe on Twitch. We have been very lucky, but not here on YouTube. So if you got anything else to bring a smile to our face, and can I just say, my beard is looking luxurious today. I've got it like fucking, almost like when my hair was long. I could kind of have the sort of like lion's mane sort of thing. You know, the sort of... I can't describe the Scar thing when he's being incredibly camp. Scar, Lion King, Peekaboo. Main. Come on, it's like sensational news. And he kind of like looks over his shoulder and his mane goes over. My beard is doing that right now, and I like that. I think it might just be the camera. I have a good beard. That's fine. If you got something that won't get me in trouble, I'm all ears.
He's a very caring person. And honestly,
for a long
whether or
time,
not
still.
she still wants anything to do with me
is frankly none of your business. Don't tell me it'll be your business if she does want to do something with you. And she doesn't. Or else he would... I guarantee you, he would just tell everyone. He would tell everyone. Braid it like a Viking. Well, you did see the Paddy's Day one, didn't you there, Drunken? You did see what it looks like with a braid, right? If not, like, I'll show it to you.
She's not a mean-spirited person. I can tell that from talking to her.
No,
and the
she
thing
just doesn't
is,
want that to do with
honestly, you people are so pathetic. You're just so pathetic, it's ridiculous. You know, the thing is, if I'm, and I don't like using this word because I hate religious nonsense, but if I'm blessed enough to have...
You don't think he ever did? Well, you know what? Fuck this dude. We might see him on Saturday because I need to show Walter this. We play that cards right, and Walter might one day do a review of him, and you'll thank Low Energy for it. But for now, yeah, okay. Let me show it to you. Let me show it, guys. Playlist. Where's Travels? Where's Travels? Okay, guess I'll have to type it in. Low Energy Travels. No. Low Energy Travel Saint 2019. Oh God! Look at that skinny boy there. Look at that skinny boy 2019. Jesus Christ! Only 20 views, huh? 2022. It was this year's. What the fuck? Hang on. Oh, don't tell me it's gone. I gotta go. It couldn't have been that far back. Videos. There! It's Low Energy Travel making a Paddy's Day beard. There we go. So this is gonna make me feel extra sad if I watch this because that's my ex there. But let me go right to the end there and we have to find where the beard is. Okay, so the beard's been made at this point. We're pretty damn close to the beard being on display. She put a bunch of like dye and shit into it. There it is. We had just gotten into the hotel and I was gonna make an entire like little thing in this video, but yeah, it was too long, so I made an entire making of video. And then after we watched it, we realized that a good chunk of it is next to impossible to see. But as you can see here, there's the beard. There's one center. I thought maybe two either sides would have been pretty cool as well. But it could be done now. It couldn't be done back in March. But it's a full-on... It's a full-on... It's a full-on, like, proper braid. If I remember right, the braid went as far down as, I'd say, just above my belly button. And as for the side, I had it, oh, we should get a good shot of it here. No? Well, fuck you, I guess. There's the beach. Ah, that's what I get for not paying attention with the camera work. Anyway, 2023, I'm probably not going to do anything. I might do like a big ass stream. Just because money-wise, mostly related to the trip and the next trip. I mean, I'd have come back from the trip, but I'll probably also go back to a bunch of bills, you know. Yeah, he just basically describes how he's not a creepo, and then explains how he is a creepo, basically. Instagram scammers. I still need to see what his most popular stuff is. Most popular. Was he? This is 10 days ago.
Okay, people are saying that I'm stalking this young lady that I'm fond of.
You are.
Generally, when somebody's stalking somebody, they don't call their place of business and tell the security personnel to be on high alert because there's creepy sons of bitches online threatening to stalk somebody at that job.
They are saying they're coming to the hospital to inform her that you are making videos near daily, talking about the things you bought her and the dates you're gonna go on. The hospital knows. James is never gonna score. He's not ever gonna score. He's not. And you know why? Because he's mentally ill. Like, where other people's cases, like, say, Jared, he is obviously also mentally ill, but then he takes it to a new level. Like, James is just mentally ill, and he's going to go and he's going to be thrown back in. Probably after something not horrific, but very sad. I imagine, for example, he's going to lunge at somebody. Very similar to Lucas. Fun summer stuff. Yeah.
And generally speaking, they don't tell the security personnel to be on high alert
I liked you
and
on
make sure
tap,
all of
by
the
the
nurses
way.
are safe, because there's creepy sons of bitches that don't know exactly which nurse it is, but they're trying to creep on.
Oh, Red Eye, do you know who Walter Fate is? We're getting him on next Saturday.
One of the nurses. Okay, you people got me to act pretty stupid without.
I know his history. His or James?
Liana, by trying to make me think that her life was in danger and trying to threaten my life. Okay, that went on for years. I won't fall for that again. This young lady won't fall for your shit either, because she knows what's going on. She went to my channel, she saw what was going on, and she decided...
Oh, okay. No. He does... I'll show one of his videos. We're getting him on Saturday, and we need a co-pilot. Not this Saturday, but next Saturday, if you're on board for it.
Very quickly not to involve herself with me due to the craziness going on. I know that.
I know. This is the history that we have. Not history. This is the information that we have been trading together. By me, I mean me, not her. For some reason, she won't answer the call.
I'm not stupid. Okay? Does it suck? Of course it does. Is it my fault? No. Is it her fault? No.
It's not her fault, it's your fault.
Okay? It's just the situation that I have to deal with because of you little shitheads. Okay? That's the bottom line there.
Oh, why? Because Stone Cold said so? Want me to come over to Penn, take this nurse out, we can go berry picking together. Or maybe I go down to Argentina and I'll give her some clout with my thousands and thousands of Instagram followers. No? You don't want that? Good, because it'd be creepy. It'd be very, very creepy. Yeah, like, he updates every day. This is kind of like... I think I said this the first time I watched him. He's kind of like the reverse Kevin Joseph King. You know this guy has nothing else in his life. But instead of using it for forces of good, he uses it for forces of evil. I'll show you a Walter video. Walter goes after a lot of lolcows, in particular Lucas. Him and Lucas are like mortal enemies. they're fighting over the volcano. You know, they're shirtless. There's a questionably priced pizza in the middle of it, but we want Walter to win. We don't want Lucas to win for obvious reasons. He basically goes after lolcows. He also does stuff like Am I the Asshole? Nice guys from Reddit. Well, look, here's the gluttony of Lucas Werner. He says, okay. Convinces himself that he makes up bullshit. I think he heard that growing up, and he thinks that that's like the normal thing to talk about, you know, the normal way of talking.
Hey everyone, my name's Walter, and I'm back here with something people have probably been waiting for a while. This is our good friend Lucas Werner, a man who used to haunt Olympia, Washington, until he was catfished to Spokane on the other side of the state. Eventually leading him to shenanigans like hitting on young baristas and threatening to sue for age phobia.
I won't say who, but one of our former guests was genuinely freaked out that she'd spot him on the streets of Spokane, because she'd be aware of him long enough to make eye contact, and then he'd be like, and considering he's being carted off by the paramedics screaming at the top of his lungs. Yeah. By the way, Red Eye, are you free right now? I'm not going to be on for very long, so I could definitely do with a wingman. You don't have to be. I've been putting the feelers out for tonight. Same for you, drunk. I'm currently battling with the age-old power. How do you open a box of wine, you know? I haven't seen one of these motherfuckers in years, and I haven't tried to open one in years. Though I will say this. You rip out the cardboard and you put it into a girl's purse, and they won't search the girl's purse too much. And that's how you sneak alcohol into an open air venue. Because they don't use tinfoil anymore. They use plastic. Ta-da! Fuck you, £7 a pint. I got the lawn guys mowing. No worries. I thought it would spice it up a bit. I might have Mickey on this time next week, though. That might be a bit of fun. Oh God, it's a weird ass funnel and shit. As soon as they're finished, I can have. I'm free, Mickey. All right, Drunken. Probably won't be cameras, just because. Well, if we get all three, if we were to get all three up on screen, well, the chat wouldn't be seen. I mean, if you guys are okay with that, yeah. Sure. Let me give me a shout when you're ready, and I'll bring you in. I'll share the screen, or better yet, probably with the weird ass graphics stuff going on, you might want to watch it on screen. Yeah, the door is open to anyone who's not an edgelord schizo weirdo who's not grown up since 2010. And I say that because if you've watched me long enough, you know when I've made those sort of offers, I've gotten the occasional, what about the N-words? You're a bunch of or-words. You know, like, how old are you? Oh, I'm 32. Why? You know, like, context. Time and place, my dude. Time and place. Sounds good. I'm good not being on cam. Okay, just send me a message on DMs and Discord when you are good to go, and I will bring you in. Fuck it. I'm doing the trashy girl at a venue. Oh my God, it's giving birth. My baby, I love you. It's a fucking Kahlua. Oh God, it feels weird. My bladder on any given day. Complete to the right color. You can't smell a goddamn thing. Well, at least it's oh, baby, honey, Like, this kind of feel like a bit of like a fake boob. One of the better ones. Woo! Okay, I'm gonna stop playing with it. Much like a fake boob. Yeah.
A while back I made a video called The Greed of Lucas Werner. No doubt you'll see where this series is going after this one. Let's begin with The Gluttony of Lucas Werner.
Doc, I have this weird thing dangling
call
between my
Lucas,
legs.
I think it
That's
made him
called
the
your
most
ball
enraged when I
sack.
called
Yeah,
him
it's behind
greedy,
my ball
which isn't
sack.
even exactly
Oh,
an
that'd be,
insult.
oh my god!
It seems to
What
challenge
percentage
either
is
his
that?
view of himself or the image he's trying to put out.
Is that the Butter Box one?
Lucas is really
Yeah.
obviously mostly driven
Chili
by
con
lust and
carne.
gluttony, though. Well, Lucas is now in an 11-year dry streak, according to himself, and has no
By the way, he's on a longer dry spell than King Cole JFS. And probably not as long of a dry spell as Jared, who is almost certainly still a virgin. But oh god, oh. Oh no, I'm terrified to open this because all that's holding it back is like the I don't know, like the air pressure. If anyone donates right now, I will drink from the font. If not, I will. If not, I'll pour myself a glass, or at least I'll try to. No promises. Last of the barefoot wine, the seltzer. Barefoot's not the worst, but it's not the best either. It's kind of meh. I'm not huge into my wine, but I can notice the difference between prices. I'm a white wine sort of guy, particularly in the summer. Although this time of day, a rosé in a very chilled like pitcher with some fruit, like almost like it's a sangria. That's some hummus with some flatbread. You're outside on the decking and you're watching the sunset on the Mediterranean. Doesn't have to even just be romantic. It can just be you alone, your thoughts, watching the candle flicker down. It's I keep talking about going back to the States over and over again, but because of that, I don't go off to the Mediterranean anymore. I should really change that next year. It's probably going to be cheaper if I were to go down for like a long weekend. Quicker too. Anyway. Let's go watch some Lucas, shall we?
outlet for his lust, he does have the right to eat. We're going to be covering posts about Lucas eating. And there is a lot of it. This should be fun.
There's a lot of it.
For every cent a welfare recipient spends at Taco Bell, the government gives Taco Bell $1 from your taxes. Who's the real welfare recipient?
Even though I open
I
it.
ate every last one of those 8 chalupas. It only took me 8 hours with a very urgent poop break about the halfway point. I was about to sit down, and much to my chagrin, I needed to fetch a roll of toilet paper from the closet right as I was about to push.
Barefoot, if Elf Gang was here, they'd be like, oh, well, Barefoot's my favorite. When you're at Gay Pride in Dublin, they have a huge-ass kiosk. These are the seltzers they have up at the shop. They're not as nice as White Claw by far, but they're the only thing they've got up there. Today was the first day I ever saw they had this. Hook it up like an ivy. Just hook it to my vein!
The canard here is that I almost shat on the floor. A canard is an unfounded rumor or story, so he's using it a bit strangely. Lucas is fat, goes after teenage girls, and tells stories about shits he took. He's basically EDP, but with less YouTube success.
Much
he really
less.
likes showing off his
Or
food,
more.
too. Even currently, when he has no money or food stamps, he still takes pictures of his nursing home meals.
Yep.
These aren't funny like his own cooking, but we have gotten things like a really thick Hawaiian pizza, PB&J sandwich with bean soup, and his prime rib.
Alright, here's the thing. In nursing homes, they apparently eat way better than we ate in the homeless shelter in New York. Because Jesus fucking Christ, what the fuck? We got sandwiches, and we got juice boxes or milk or water. Obviously, I took the water because it looked the most sterile. And we had no, there was sandwiches. I take that back. There was sandwiches. We also had sweet corn salad, as far as I'm aware, which, if I remember right, was just sweet corn, a few peas, and I don't know what was on top of it, but it came in like a tiny little tube, and there was yogurt, and that was it.
Notice how he puts about
That was
15
dinner.
pepper packets on his food sometimes.
Breakfast didn't give us toast.
Just look at how much
and
pepper
coffee.
he put on his mac and
I was
cheese.
actually surprised. Coffee
Yikes.
tasted pretty nice.
But at least these meals make sense. Look at his own food. A salad for breakfast. But that's not salad dressing. It's Alfredo sauce. No idea. He also eats a lot of cheese. And not only did I eat ham, I did a massive shit to fertilize the sea life.
I think Lucas has completely gone off the deep end at this point now. And, like, there's no redeeming him. It's rather just, like, keeping his insanity to a minimum. Also, fuck it, I'm gonna pour myself a drink. I'm gonna pause Lucas. I'm gonna pause Walter real quick. Wish me luck. If I remember right, you pull this off, is it? And then you start. No? Not what you do? Just broke it, but I mean, like, it's super broke, so... Oh, no! Ooh, I think I broke the, yogurt. It is yogurt. It's yogurt, 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 yogurt. Interchangeable. Oh! Oh no! This is very awkward looking. And it makes me want to pee so badly. Oh. Thing is, it's actually a little cheaper than 2 bottles of wine. And best of all, I don't have to take it out to the goddamn recycling bin, which is right by the church. And I feel like God's judging me for my large quantity of alcohol.
That is lovely, Lucas. This is probably one of the worst things he's done in the kitchen. He used the toaster oven at the homeless shelter to make what he called stuffed calzones. They have hot dogs and cheese, and he wrapped them in bacon, so they're sitting in bacon grease. And of course, Lucas's crowning achievement in toaster oven cuisine, a T-bone steak. Your little clone boyfriends don't do anything but take. 25-ounce T-bone cooked by this man here. Wern is a giver, honey. He covered it in pickles and sriracha mayonnaise, I believe. Kid, I could be your funny Generation X dad. We're Generation Z women into this loving man. So here we've got brats and bok choy that Lucas has melted cheese over. Look at the horrible things he's doing to this toaster oven.
Looks like a Merlot.
Woman, consider this Gen X man. Your man's here can
Vino
cook.
Chiliano.
How about the time he made lobster and scallops in the homeless shelter toaster oven?
Chilean red.
Lobster tail instead of the COVID slut fest. And there was also one time that he bought peanut sauce, drank some of it, and then he set a wrapper down on a sidewalk where he put flamin' hot Cheetos down and covered them in the peanut sauce. And then he ate them off the sidewalk.
Have we found someone more icky than Cobes? I think because he can't get laid and because he has no money except for what he makes doing these, and his government issued money. I think all he does is hide behind alcohol. Not alcohol, that's me. I dumped her, don't forget that. I met guys like that. And women too. Actually, I've actually met more women like that than men. Whatever gets you through the night. But I think because he has nothing else in his life, he does this. It would either be this or else he'd gamble, you know?
Only knows why. The Wern audience grows bored. We could all use a less greedy America. Where are the ladies at, Gen Z? You need to stop the act.
Are you implying that my box wine tastes like ass? No. No, never. Never. Oh, there's cherry in it. That's always a bad sign. They actually did have Barefoot box wine as well, but it was like Zindel and or Ziv, whatever the fuck the one starts with Z is, and that tastes even worse than this. It's not too bad, but I hope they get new flavors in soon. Christ.
Yeah, let me complain
Still,
about greed
alcohol's
over
alcohol.
a picture of my
Drink it
fat
up, yeah,
hand
I won't
reaching
give a
into a
toss.
bucket of KFC. This is
No, but
probably
I'm
what the rest of the
technically on the
world thinks
clock,
America's
so-
like. Also, let's never forget his fajita spaghetti.
Hmm?
It looks dreadful. Hit about
What made it both fajita and spaghetti? Like, I saw nothing of either.
a bra up. Pay you $100 if you eat with me twice in Spokane, Washington. Lil Mama home slice.
Oh no.
Now that doesn't sound like slang from the past 20 years. Let the Wern speak his truth. Gander and Ryegrass, the best restaurant I've eaten at in Spokane, and I'm including Churchill's. Nice place to take a date. If you wanna.
Look at that response. That absolute response.
Generation Z needs to fight its age phobia against Generation X and date me instead of acting like the Trumps. Okay, so he doesn't get to do grocery shopping on this level anymore, but this is from the time period where he was living in a one-room apartment, going to college and calling himself the George Clooney of the Spokane club scene. Here's an actual picture of Lucas's groceries and the staggering amount of...
Alright, let's see what we got there. We got some Newton's Own, 4 of them, a bunch of pasta, some cheese, they look like cherry tomatoes or maybe olives, a couple of zucchini. No, those are eggplants. He's gonna make pasta dishes. That's all he's done. He's gonna make giant ass quote unquote lasagnas.
The cheese that he was eating. Now here's a post about him shopping that was posted to Reddit that happened, because he claims to buy 450 pounds of food a week. Like, I get that he's fat, but come on. So I'm pretty sure I made my neighbor feel like a huge wimp today. I was walking out of my house and passed him while he was checking the mail. He said, "What's up, buddy? Where are you walking to in this hot-ass weather?" I was like, "Just going up to the grocery store to get some groceries." He was like, "Oh shit, isn't that like 2 miles away?" I was like, "The shitty-ass old one is, but I'm going a little further to the new one." He was like, "Damn, how much further is that one?" I replied, "Not too much, just an extra 20 blocks there and then another 20 blocks on the way back." He was like, "Holy fuck, it would kill me just to walk to the old one. What the fuck do you carry back from there?" This is the best part. I cracked a smile and said, "Just doing my usual 16-bag grocery trip, 8 bags per arm, and it weighs about 75 pounds per arm."
Sure, Lucas. Can we get an image of Lucas here? Lucas Werner. Mostly head, more face, body. Nein, that is a different Lucas, yeah. For example, he clearly takes better care of his body. He also has less terror. Oh god, telomere. How old was this? He is way fatter now. Lucas Werner Instagram. Actually, basically quit. Hey, Steph. I want to actually go to his Instagram here. When was the last time we see a picture of him? So that's... That's what we see when we look it up at him. This is from 8 weeks ago. You want me to get a job. You want me to return to YouTube to kill two birds with one stone for 20. I'll address a topic of your choose. Yeah, he thinks that if you force him to pay... Thank you, Geek Room. You got it into his head that you can pay him to do whatever the fuck you want. The thing is, look at this shit. It used to be like 150 and a steak dinner. Then it was 50 and a good pizza. And now it's 20. And no, chat, if you're going to throw me money, it's going to go towards King Cobra soap. So I can go out on a date with it. It's not going to be to Lucas. Okay? I know people who have given Lucas money and they regret it because they realized they were feeding the literal troll.
He couldn't believe it and said it was impossible. It felt pretty good to have someone be so impressed they think something I do 3 times a week is impossible, haha. Okay, 75 pounds per arm isn't impossible for a strong person, but there's no way Lucas can do it. And no one can eat that much food. He mostly just has...
I'm a fat fuck though. And there's no way I can carry all that.
No idea what anything weighs. This is the man who once claimed 210 pounds when he weighed...
Drunken's ready to come in? La. Yo.
We good?
It sounds like it. Say something again.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
There we go. No, yep. Just that awe alone got to see under this. So, hey there, Drunken. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I was thinking of getting you on in a week or two or something like that. It's been kind of up in the air. Krendar's starting a new job, so we have to change the dates around. But yeah, we're watching Lucas stuff. Do you want me to share the screen, or in which case you'll probably have to hear it, no problem. But well, I'll let you be the judge on the actual level of quality. If you can't see it, if you can't see it very well, just just go and watch it on the stream.
Weighed 297 according to a recent citation. Hell, I'll buy you a prime rib dinner if you're a hot chick between 18 and 24 in Spokane, but I'll wear a nicer shirt.
By the way, have you actually you know about Lucas, right?
I do not, but from what I've seen, I do not like him.
He is always after a Gen Z woman, as he calls her, always because he thinks that older men have a better chance to produce better quality children with younger women due to something called telomeres, which for the record is a real thing, but he completely misunderstands it. He got into world famous news by lunging at a woman in Starbucks years ago after he sent her a really awkward letter, and when she turned, again, he was in his 20s and she was like 19, late 20s, I might point out. And he has a couple of board games that he tries to get on GoFundMe, go nowhere, where it mostly involves around the concept of poop and older men dating younger women. He calls every woman and man who doesn't want to have sex with him to be greedy and jealous. And he also constantly talks about how he likes the N-words. That's why he's not racist.
Seems like a good tactic to get laid.
Oh, 100%. He also, he's homeless. Like, he's actually in a nursing home right now, but he was prior under a bridge, and before that in a nursing home.
I don't understand that last part. How does one not being elderly live in a nursing home?
Because when he was standing at a bus stop, he lost I think he had a literal breakdown and started screaming over and over. I think I can find the footage. You can hear him at least. And he just is screaming about how everyone's greedy and he got strapped down to a gurney and was sent off for psych evaluation, and then was sent off to a nursing home. Now, next Saturday, we have the guy talking now, Walter. He's coming back on, and he says he's got tons of new Lucas stuff. But Lucas is, you know, the Geek Room.
I'm aware of it, yeah.
He was interviewed by them a few years ago, and now they offered to pay him a pizza to come on, and he started to like buckle like crazy. He also thinks that women are worth values of sandwiches. How much are you worth? Well, you're worth 5 Subway sandwiches, that sort of thing. He also claims to be a communist. He's a very broken and at times sad, at other times hilarious, and mostly just disgusting person. Jared's bad, but Jared will never leave his family home. So the only person he'll hurt is himself and maybe his dad. Just maybe his dad. But Lucas, I could see Lucas it ending with a couple of suicide by cop, basically. He's also a glutton, hence the episode.
That's fucking dark.
It's dark. I imagine it's going to end up with him. Maybe he gets money after some trolls send him some money, because it's kind of like Cobes, you know, like the trolls are usually his main source of income. He was catfished once to go to California to find a girl who said that her dad, she was 16, according to him, and her dad said it was okay for them to get married. So she ended up basically being like, she was going to wait for him at the airport, and then said, "Oh no, you've got to get an Uber and come to this particular address." And when he used the airport's Wi-Fi, when he got to California to check it out, it turns out like it was like some industrial park, and that's when he realized he was being catfished. But there's like security camera feed of him being like he just has his trolls rip him apart. To the point where I actually almost feel sorry for him, and then I hear him talk, and I'm like, oh, no. I'd feel sorry for Cobes if this were to happen to him. I don't feel sorry for Lucas, because Lucas wanders around Spokane. But he's kind of like the guy that every town had that you'd kind of see mumbling to himself, and you'd tell your kids to like cross the street when they didn't see him coming, you know? He's not...
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, he's not stable anymore, which is a real shame, because he actually, when he was like really young, had a lot of friends, and they've often been interviewed about him, and he's like, yeah, he was always a bit different, but he never really went that far. And now, well,
if you can't even look,
this is the thing, like he's this is where most of his money goes. Most of his money that he gets via donations or via just gifts or whatever, all go to food, and then he complains that everyone... He also thinks that, like, if he's got money, Gen Z women, as he constantly goes on and on about these Gen Z women, will want to date him, and they'll go to places. He actually for a while hung out with a bunch of like really young like local rap guys in the Spokane area, and they'd go to house parties and they wouldn't invite him, because why the fuck would you invite him anywhere? And he just would like be constantly complaining about it. Like he'd constantly be like, why don't you invite me out? Well, you're just hoarding, you're just jealous, you're just greedy, you're all a bunch of greedy phonies, and you call themselves my friends, me, and it's like, oh my god, how in this country... I don't think he'd be allowed on the streets at this point. I think he'd be institutionalized. And he has been institutionalized, but in America, he's just let back out in the streets, so...
Look good in your selfies. How do you expect someone to believe you'll look better in person?
And good night there, Steph.
The mad shit my dad and stepmom come up with, like zucchini kraut on their 12 acres. They're both great cooks who deserve grandchildren, Generation Z. Hit ya Gen X boy, Lucas Werner up.
The mad shit my dad and stepmom come up with their zucchini on the 12. He also thinks that when he dies, he's going to inherit all this land. If he gets that land, he's going to sell it and turn it all into like a month-long supply of like frozen food and whiskey. And then it's going to go. Like, he's just gonna squander it like faster than I did in the States, you know.
Well,
Now he's
12
bragging about his
acres
dad.
is a lot to actually work with. I mean, if he gets it, yeah,
I
just
don't
plant some
even
barley if he wants to turn it
know.
into whiskey or
Right?
beer.
Wouldn't it be great if he actually got those 12 acres and settled down? And in reality, I think his parents are in debt. And when they die, the state's just got to take the land and give him maybe like a little lump sum, which, again, he'll squander. He'll probably buy his way into a club for a few hours before he gets into a fight with someone and then get kicked out. And then probably lose 300 of it in an alleyway somewhere. Spend the rest of it in a Sonic. You know, like talking about how all of you just don't understand. You know, he's not a healthy boy. And I'm one to talk. I am one to talk. But damn, you know.
Dad's cooking skills. Speaking of zucchinis, let's not forget the time Lucas just started taking bites out of a raw zucchini. And I know people will mention it if I don't. The time Lucas was avoiding grain and made microwave nachos with cucumber slices instead of chips. What a mad lad.
Well, you can do that, but you don't microwave jack shit. You put them into the oven. Like, I've made banana chips, and they actually turn out pretty nice. And I've had lettuce ones and cabbage ones. I've had what's that South Korean cabbage dish? Is it bok choy? Is that the one?
Yeah, I think you're right. Bok choy.
It's the same principle, but then they took the cabbage and then turned them into like crisps, and they actually turned out really goddamn nice. They just called them vegetable crisps, and it was good. I could have ended up like this, but I put my inheritance in real estate, bought a nice housing. Something tells me, Red Eye, even if you didn't end up with a nice house and all that shit, you wouldn't have been acting the way he did. You'd have still done your best to be not a piece of shit. You wouldn't be harassing women in the street. You wouldn't be harassing people online. Or maybe you would. I don't fucking know. Maybe you were 10 times a piece of shit before I ever talked to you. I don't fucking know. But something tells me if. Go on.
From what I know of Red Eye, yeah, he harasses people for fun.
No, all the time. All the time.
Yeah, just for fun though. He doesn't mean it.
No, it's why he hangs out with such degenerates as Pitmonk and Shabisky, you know, and
Exactly.
that weirdo low energy. I mean, just because his beard is better than mine doesn't mean he has a right to go and flaunt it around.
Conventional cooking cannot contain the word. You really expect me to believe in God when there aren't any restaurants around that specialize in cheese balls? #atheist.
Finally, he says something I agree with. Like, I never even knew cheese balls were a thing until I went to the States. And then I'm like, so what do? Well, we get all this cheese, and sometimes we put stuff inside it, and sometimes we wrap stuff on the outside of it, and then we grill it or fry it. Basically, you know what a lard is? Yeah. Well, you're gonna get a whole lot of that.
Are you kidding me? That's like the foundation of bar food here in America is like cheese balls.
Are you kidding me? Wings are the foundation of bar food in the States.
Wings, cheese curds, deep fat
yeah.
fried
I mean,
cheese balls.
yeah, and I didn't at the time want one. I saw them once on a menu, and I want them. Eventually, I tried someone else's. Like, we got a big food platter, and we all tried it. But like, I gotta be honest. Like, British food is still worse than American food, but two things. Number one, you have it in such massive quantities, and number two, you have so many varieties of it. In the UK, sure, they deep fried Mars bars, and they even go crazier. I've seen deep fried kebab. That's the stuff of nightmares. Meanwhile, the deep fried Mars bar is actually quite nice. But in America,
Well, have you ever seen a deep fried Twinkie?
I have
We
seen
do that
them.
here.
Yep. I always remember that joke from the Simpsons where it was. You think I'd be able to? I should be able to show the clip. It's it's all you can eat from the Simpsons. All you can eat Simpsons. It was ad. It was like the fish. It was like the seafood restaurant. And at one point, what he does is they deep fry. They have like this beautiful French meal, and then they deep fry everything, even the glass and the plates and the tray it's on in a deep fry one, and then they serve it to this couple, and they taste it and like but you can hear like the glass chewing in their mouth as they're doing it.
Sounds like America.
Sounds like the UK too in certain parts. But there's the ad itself isn't out there. Yeah. Oh, God damn it! I was actually willing to roll that dice on the copyright.
Okay, this one isn't really food related, but it is horrifying. You have a credit card and a girlfriend, and yet you hate the money and power like Bernie Sanders and myself. What about me then? Give me your girlfriend's phone number. I'm going to kiss her on the mouth and put parts of my body in her body since you hate the power of money. Feel the whirn, woman.
Okay. Okay.
I'm not quite sure I understand that one.
Let's break it down bit by bit. You have a credit card and a girlfriend, and you hate the money in power like Bernie Sanders and myself. Now remember, he does try to call himself a communist. And he has fallen into the idea that Bernie Sanders is a communist and not someone who's just trying to push realistic progressive ideas. Okay. So you have a credit card and a girlfriend. Okay, so you're basically a Chad. Okay, this part here, it's Chad, okay? And yet you hate the money in power like Bernie Sanders and myself. So you hate the money, you hate the rich people in power, like the backed politicians. Much like me and Bernie Sanders. So he's comparing himself to Bernie Sanders. That's my theory. Do you have any? Do you have a different approach, or can you?
I'm just sitting here confused. I mean, I get what you're trying to say, and I'm trying to understand, but at the same time,
It's best if we segment this in parts. Maybe it'll make a whole, you know.
Yeah, I could be just drunker than fuck too.
That's okay. I'm definitely not going to go to bed sober, though. I could have gotten a lot more drunk, but I didn't because, well, I wasn't expecting to. Tonight's gone a bit different than I had planned. But it was a good night so far. It's going great. Thanks for showing up, by the way.
Yeah, not a problem. But that last part, though, I'm gonna kiss her on the mouth and put my body parts in her body parts or whatever.
You hate the power of money. I'm guessing he thinks because money is power, the sort of like Scarface, Montana sort of speech. First you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the whim on. You know, that sort of logic. But what about me then plays into it, because he feels the same as Bernie Sanders and him, apparently. I think he's talking about hypocrisy. This is where my mind is. It feels like I'm defragmenting a Good Time Johnny speech or some shit like that. Give me your girlfriend's phone number. I'm gonna kiss her on. The only thing I can understand is give me your girlfriend's phone number. That's it. Everything else is just. It's like. Okay.
Spoilers, nobody ever decided they needed to feel the whirn. Does anybody still make spaghetti? Share if you make spaghetti, or if you love cum and coming.
That sounds like something a horny trans girl would type on Twitter for a joke. Like, LOL, wouldn't it be fun if cum? Like, just something like that. And then all of them would have like the little, the sort of blushing emoji or the eggplant. You know, like, what?
Yes, I make the best spaghetti.
Squirty emotion.
Yeah, the panting emoji face. Yeah.
Spaghetti and cum. Ugh, Chris Chan has Fanta. I guess Lucas has spaghetti. That's not how he meant it? No, well. Free Grand Slam at Denny's for my 40th birthday. 8 years single, ladies.
He almost said that with the same level of pride as he did that he got a free Grand Slam.
Hashtag telomeres.
Oh, the telomeres. Like I said about the telomeres, he's obsessed with them. And he had an interview, I think it was either Dragnet or Black Eye TV, had like a debate with him going on about telomeres, and he was like, telomeres are the most important thing. They are the ones that demand the respect of the genome. And like the guy, like his Drag or Black Guy was just there like, what the fuck? It's one of several things. Like, do you want to talk about like hormone washing? Do you want to talk about like zygotes? Do you want to talk about family trees? Do you want to talk about, what do you want to talk about? I want to talk about of age women. You know, like he's just, it kind of reminds me of, did you ever watch the movie The Aviator? The one about Howard Hughes in his youth?
With is that the one with? Yeah, with DiCaprio. Yeah.
Remember how it ends?
I do not. It's been a
Way
while.
of the future. Way of the future. Way of the future. Way of the future. He kept on looking at the mirror, just kept saying the same word over and over again. Way of the future. Way of the future. He kept doing the same thing because, of course, his mind was degrading because he had dementia or schizophrenia or something. Whatever Howard Hughes actually had. It has the same vibe, except where he was going way of the future over and over again, for him it was telomeres, you know?
Not to mention 40th birthday pancakes. Look at the hashtags he put on this video.
It looks like he fucked them. Like, oh god.
Of himself eating at P.F. Chang's. Chilling with the oligarchs at P.F. Chang's. Hashtag sperm. Hashtag telomeres.
Hashtag sperm.
What? Why would you post something, a food product, and be like hashtag sperm?
That's disgusting. Does not support hashtag sperm.
Hashtag older daddy. Hashtag
older daddy. No, he keeps thinking like he goes to these restaurants that all these women will want to go out and eat with him. But none of these women ever want to see him or talk to him or want to be on the bus near him or want to be on the same street corner as he is or anything. And when people put peace feelers out, he fucking just loses his mind at them. Like, hey, Lucas, could you mind explaining this tweet? Fuck you! And then he goes into all the slurs and he's just a broken man. He's just a very broken man.
Men. Hashtag Generation X. Hashtag Zoomers. Hashtag optimism. Hashtag age phobia. Hashtag oligarchy.
Age phobia. He believes that there's hardcore age. If I ever hear age phobia now, and there is age phobia out there, like there is old phobia. Here's the thing. His idea of age phobia is he can't get himself a younger girlfriend. I think of age phobia as someone in their late 30s getting turned down for a job in a, I don't know, an advertisement agency.
And not age phobia, because phobia is a fear and ism is a
bias.
What is it called? Bias, there you go.
Yeah, you're right there. But you could then argue that wouldn't one have some intrinsic connection to the other? Not necessarily, but the important thing is you understood the connection I'm trying to make here. You know, like I've got this idea of age phobia in my head wrong because that was technically ageism, but like he has the idea of age phobia in the sense of like girls going ew, but then they'll look at like some 20-something-year-old TikTok kid, I don't know, on a speedboat in his fucking swim trunks, and they're like, oh my god, I want to do things to him, and Lucas feels that's unfair. It's pure incel logic, but he adds age to it. It's not just odd, it's broken logic. Like I've been called daddy in bed by women older than me. And I didn't ask for that.
Oh, fucking really?
I've got stories, but that's for another night. You know, the thing is, his idea of fantasy is the exact same bullshit as the Clark guy from earlier, Mathers the Fourth, who we'll be talking about on Saturday, as if you might recall, the guy with the bald head and the creepy 1,000-eye stare. Or Jared or Cobes, they all have this incel MGTOW sort of misogynistic idea of what is and isn't the norm, based off media and lies, and one or two stories of probably horrible people that then bias everyone. You know, like, I don't look at an interracial couple of a white woman and a black guy and think, ha, that black guy wants to wipe out the white race because of that one time I heard a Hotep say that. Obviously not. But some people online do. Like, some people honestly believe. Speaking of Hoteps, did you see the Black Hammer thing?
Oh, fuck, there was something... I don't know if it was on Discord or if it was on
Discord,
Facebook.
Twitter. It's probably doing the rounds everywhere right now. Ghazi was not involved, apparently. Unfortunately, I'd have liked if he suddenly vanished from the social media one way or another. Jesus Christ. But no, he wasn't involved. But for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, apparently there was a murder or at least a killing, where someone died at a Black Hammer meeting. So
so it was Discord that I seen it.
But it wasn't Ghazi, because I asked that with Jeff Holiday and Vosh, and someone responded saying Ghazi's in the comments disavowing everything. So I imagine Ghazi right now is doing some hardcore crowd control, running around like a little scared chicken. Oh my god! How's this gonna affect me?
You're 18 to 24 in Spokane and want to be the mommy to my kids?
Shit.
Sure, you can date me, I guess.
You ever want to see black Nazis? Go and talk to the Black Hammers.
Your peak fertility, right? What a coincidence. I'm 40. We share something in common politically as well, doll. Cute older daddy. Sure, you can date me, I guess. Sundari Lucas grosses me out. Wanna make a baby, honey? Cute older daddy. General So Chicken. Oh, impressive. You have mastered the art of buying things. This man one time put mustard on a chocolate bar.
Oh my god, no.
Yeah.
Fucking disgusting.
And we always throw shade at Combs. Imagine if Lucas had a cooking channel.
Imagine me with $1,000. Could find a honey, but...
Imagine, like he's never... Not to get personal, but have you ever held $1,000 in your hands? And it was yours. Do with whatever the hell you wanted.
But, like cash?
Yeah, there was $1,000 in your hand.
Well, close to it. I have to pay rent. My rent's fucking $700, so...
Yeah, okay.
It's close.
Well then, have you ever just had $1,000 to spend on whatever the hell you liked?
Not 1,000. Probably about like 800 that I could just...
Close enough.
Fucking...
Yeah. The number doesn't really matter. Because it really doesn't matter. The point is, you kind of were like, yeah, I can do whatever the hell I like with this cash. I've had the same. I've had a couple of grand in my pocket, and I was like, right, time to enjoy myself. But like, imagine me with 1,000. I don't think he ever has had 1,000. I don't think he's ever had anything close to 1,000 in his hand. Maybe like 200-300. But I guarantee you, he either owed someone or he spent on food, and I mean like the food we saw earlier. You know, like if he really did come back from the store with a bunch of bags, I don't think he was carrying them down the street. He probably got like an Uber back. But like if he came back with imagine like that'd be like a couple of hundred, and it's all like junk food and really unhealthy stuff. What could he like what would he do with 1,000? He probably wouldn't know what to do with 1,000, honestly. So that's what I'm saying.
I just imagine him putting mustard on fucking everything.
On the $1,000, he puts in mustard on the 1,000. He just pours it over the dollars.
Fire a real banger of a meal and have a slap of a time. Who got a contribution to defunct
puts mustard on himself. He just puts himself in a bath full of mustard.
the Wern? He didn't used to have that last chin. That's a somewhat recent thing.
Yeah.
My parents have been vacationing in Mexico since January until April because
I feel sorry for his parents. They don't have to deal with like random third-party trolls calling up to mock him or even just asking questions, but they know 100% the life he lives. They've stopped trying to interact with him, and every once in a while, I guarantee you, they kind of like pull up his Instagram or look at videos like this and sigh. Because they know who he is. Or maybe they don't really get involved with social media, you know? Maybe they just don't care. But clearly he is a colossal disappointment. Like, I would not want my son to be known as the guy who attacked a Starbucks girl, you know? A guy who wants an underage wife and not only can't get one, but is known as the guy that wants one. Like, he has nothing else to his name. He tries to create board games that go nowhere. I think he thinks he can sing. He's Lucas. He's kind of like the slugs outside of my decking in the nighttime, you know?
they had the money to do so.
At least they're productive. They break down simple protein chains, you know?
Be my love.
What?
I think my dad, well, he's technically my stepdad, but I think if I tried any of that stuff, trying to get a underage girl, doing this, doing that, whatever the fuck he's done, I think the final fucking straw would be putting mustard on a goddamn chocolate bar. And my dad would kick me out.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning, you're going to sleep, and suddenly you hear a car screech up into your driveway, and you hear your door getting slammed on. You little piece of shit!
Lover, Gen Z woman. Inheritance. Woman power. Chores are not gender roles, etc., etc.
He's so obsessed with the inheritance. Thing is, I knew a guy years and years and years and years ago who was adamant that his inheritance for a little plot of land he bought off in Lanzarote was going to play dividends. But he made so little money in Lanzarote that he actually had to come back home to Ireland. And last time I heard, he was homeless out in Dublin. But he still owns the plot of land because he's waiting for the value to accrue enough to live off. It's never going to happen, buddy. You're going to die.
When he says chores are not gender roles, he means he wants to be a useless stay-at-home husband to be supported by his teenage girlfriend. It's fucking lunacy. You're not afraid it's your inheritance they're spending to do that? They'll leave us something. Then again, boomers can't really be trusted. They created the fouls of the economy we've been under since Reagan.
Oh, no. No. Oh, that's true. They're probably spending his inheritance. Oh. That's gonna be... I think it's not even gonna be a blow. I think he's very... aware of it, and he just wants to constantly tell the outside world. It's kind of like Hitler in the bunker talking about how the Allies are going to make peace with the Nazis any day now to fight the Russians. You know, like...
Well, if his parents are spending his inheritance, that's probably a good thing.
Yeah, like we
Because
said, like, what would he spend the money on? He'd probably try like a Ukrainian
Fucking
child bride or some shit like that. You know, he'd probably go to Thailand and be one of those, oh, what are they, the mongers in Asia and shit like that. Like, fucking hell, he would just... Actually, you know what he'd probably do? He'd probably fuck it up. If he went to like some high risk, high reward place, like let's say he went to Vegas to try to get himself like a hooker for the night, or like, oh, I'm gonna spend it all on the deck, on the tables and shit like that. I guarantee you, not only would he lose it all, he'd probably be in debt to some people who want to his kneecaps. You know, he's gonna end up bleeding out in the Nevada desert with like no thumbs, screaming about shit, or else he's just gonna be found next to some bus stop, like just sobbing, covered in piss and shit, not eating in like 3 days, talking about how it's everyone else's fault. And the thing is, take him out of Vegas and put him back in Spokane or put him anywhere else. There's nowhere else on Earth. Like, there's nowhere on Earth that would treat him well because of his mental... No, I take that back, because some places on Earth would put him into an institute. Not a convalescence home, but an institute. They'd be like, okay, yeah, you're going to hurt a lot of people if we let you out. If he was in a Nordic country, he'd be put away. And put away well. He wouldn't be in a padded room. Well, he might, actually, because he is kind of dangerous. He might end up in a padded room. But at first, at least, he probably wouldn't be put in a padded room. And because he's never going to change, the best he can hope for is what? Tending the institute's garden, you know? Being allowed to use the internet once a week. Who knows? It could even be a benefit for him. But is he ever going to get those opportunities? No! Instead, he's going to be in America. Until one day, like I said, death by cop.
The baby boomers kind of owe the world an
Our health
apology.
system is the best.
Nah, your health system is the best if you can afford it. The Mayo Clinic is the best place on the planet. That's why so many foreign leaders go to the Mayo Clinic. That's just it. How many people can afford the Mayo Clinic, right?
And not just words, real actions. Lucas, your parents are both married. I have no idea why you expect to be left some big estate.
I'm actually surprised he's not an
greed.
opioid
And gluttony.
fiend.
But now let's watch lust and
Needs to be
gluttony
skinnier.
battle each other in his encounter with a woman named Kiki. We didn't fuck. That's sacred pussy. That 18 to 21-year-old pussy, motherfuck. But she loved her $10 fries. I loved my lunchtime with a cosmic queen of a vagina.
What the fuck, Nuggets?
I'm not quite sure what the fuck I just read.
Cosmic Queen of a Vagina. So, we didn't fuck. You just bought probably like a homeless girl's fries. Like, you found some poor girl who was kicked out of her house, and you're like, yeah, I'll help you out. And she's like, fuck it, if I get raped, I don't care at this point. And instead, she gets fries and goes, okay, they have a charging station over here. She takes out her 5-year-old phone, plugs it in, and goes, hey guys, I'm here right now with a really creepy guy. I don't know if I'll be okay. If any of you can come around, that would be appreciated. The Gucci's logic, you know, why do you think Gucci streams all the time? It's because I've seen it herself. She gets into some scary situations. And it's good that she's live streaming. Because that Uber driver, for example, creeped me the fuck out. I've been a fourth wheel in an Uber cab in the States, where a guy and his girlfriend and me were all driving someplace, and the driver started hitting on the girl with the guy next to him. And he was just looking at her like, do you want me to say it? She's like, no, that's fine. Yeah, I've just got things to do. No, I'm a really nice guy. You know, like, and the thing is, Goo, if she didn't have her phone out, would have been on her own, and it would have been the same. Like, you want to have drinks? You want to have drinks? Yeah. Yeah. Not all Uber drivers. Uber does a very good service, especially Uber Eats. Something Lucas wishes he could afford. Something I wish we kind of had here. We have Just Eats, but there's very few places that deliver Just Eat. I've always wondered though, should I add a Just Eat app at the end of the on the doobly-doo?
That's what you need right there. Fries with a gorgeous human being, so lovely and pristine. French fries with a queen. We said hello to each other. So I had a chicken sandwich with sriracha mayo on my fries, as she ate fries covered in Parmesan cheese, mushrooms, garlic, and honey mustard.
I don't know why him describing her meal is kind of creeping me out.
I stared longingly into
kind
her.
of fucking weird.
Yeah. I stared longingly as she picked at her summer salad with cherry tomatoes and summer greens.
Her eyes.
What?
She revealed she had a boyfriend, so I stared longingly into her eyes on a bus to the 7-Eleven gas station, gave her my...
I'm not on Twitch, so I can say it. C-U-C-K. That's Lucas Wormer all the way. Aw yeah, give us a simp. Simp!
my number and said, "It was a pleasure to meet you, Kiki. You are a wonderful human being." Shook her hand as she smiled, looked me in the eyes and waved goodbye as I smiled into her beautiful brown eyes and said nothing.
She didn't smile once, you notice that? She wasn't smile. If she smiled at him, he would have acknowledged that.
Well, the fact that he knows what her eye color was, he was that close. That
At all time. Oh God, could you imagine? Imagine like you're getting a meal from this guy, right? Let's just say you're desperate enough to get the meal, and he is literally like this. Just tell me about yourself. Wow, that's really something. Wow, oh, you're so amazing. Wow, wow. Like, pass, hard pass, swipe, block, report. That's a netty no-no on my part. Thank you very much.
Nothing as she walked away. Then
I wish we had a woman here right now. She'd be able to be like, yeah, no. Actually, last time we had Walter on, we also had Naira on, and she knows Walter well, and she's like, wouldn't it be nice if he was, you know, out of everyone's misery? And now I'm thinking back at it, I think she was trying to imply that she kind of wishes Walter was shot. You know, like, respect, Naira. You said what everyone else didn't have the balls to say.
I bought a portable phone charger.
I personally hope that he gets help. I really do. But only because he's going to hurt other people. Not because I think he's worth help, but because if not, he's going to hurt a lot of people.
Set up and ate a bag of snack mix and a sandwich later that evening. Charged my charger for 2 days, then smoked a joint in the woods as I plugged 30 hours of battery life into my phone. But a white boyfriend.
So that's what you want to go back... Yeah, I love that end part there. Oh, she has a white boyfriend. A white boyfriend.
That's not what I have a problem with. He said he fucking smoked a joint out in the woods for 30 minutes and plugged in his phone. Why are you waiting in the woods?
Where did you plug your phone in the woods?
Are you fucking plugging it into a squirrel?
Into a tree?
Or a tree? Yeah, like what the fuck?
And finally, let's look at a little bit of begging. Let's face it, I've been giving you content for free for quite some time.
Even though we didn't ask for it.
Would anyone be willing to send me some food today? It's a job, but it's a fun job, and I do...
It's not a job. You don't have a job. You're a lol cow. Other people who mock you may have jobs. To that end, we have a stream, though. Smooth. The reason why I'm saying I send some food today, I actually did have on Twitch not too long ago a food stream where I asked people to send money for food because I had fucked up my weekly shopping, and it was like shit happens. The thing is, Lucas never buys like practical food. He never buys tins of beans or tuna or like loaves of bread. he always buys, like, you've seen it, like he buys junk food and big grandiose meals. And as you know, as you get fatter and fatter, it takes more and more of you to not feel hungry, but also you can eat more and more each day until eventually you're going to end up being so fat that you're eating hundreds a day, if not even like 1,000 a day, you know, like that's for like a super morbidly obese person. I think if Lucas did find like an enabler wife, he would get morbidly obese. He'd be like the guy from Seven who was killed for gluttony, and he'd just be tied to a table and just like spoon fed food for the rest of his life, you know. Which
didn't that guy, like, his like skin like stuck to the bed?
No, that was the Lust one, where she had to have the prostitute was forced to have the sex one with the strap on that had a bunch of blades strapped to it, if I remember right. That was Lust. Gluttony was the superly fat guy that he was strapped to the table, and he was force fed like hundreds of cans of like SpaghettiOs. And he was like the first or the second one they found.
Do it for people like you. I'd be much appreciative. Thank you.
Hell of a film. If no one's ever watched, who's watching right now. Seven, solid. Very dark. Not a fun film. Not a fun film at all. But good.
Yours, Lucas Werner. Oh my god, Lucas, making YouTube videos is not a job. Unless you're me, apparently. But you need
And no, actually, hold on. Walter, you're wrong there. Making YouTube videos can't be a job. Lucas doesn't have that as a job. It's like I don't have it as a job. If it was the case, I'd been starved to death years ago. This is a hobby I do that occasionally brings in a bit of money. But it's not a job. Lucas thinks that he's like a celebrity. Cobes has more of a right to celebrity than Lucas does.
You need to actually be able to make money from it for it to be a job. Anyway, this is nowhere near the end of Lucas's gluttony, but that's probably about all the time I have for you today. Thanks for watching, everyone. If you like the video, please give it a like. If you have something to say...
So yeah, that's going to be... Lucas will be joining us, not this Saturday. Alan Reyes is joining us this Saturday. And next Saturday will be possibly Red Eye and Walter. I'm also trying to get Sophane on as well, but well, not at the same time, obviously, but throughout the month. Anyway, what time is it now? It's 5 o'clock. I think we got enough time left for one more thing. Just one more thing. And Ian, you want to watch there, bro?
I don't have anything. No content for me.
No content for you. Let's see if anyone on chat's done anything. Ain't that the truth? Okay, let's see. Let's see what my list of endless Twitter things, or not Twitter. Yeah, here's the thing. I was going to watch this on the show,
was brought to you.
but there's nowhere to put this. He kills a lobster live on screen. Like he knifes it. Well, I don't know if it's a good idea to show that. Like, there's other things we can watch from Babish. We can watch him. See that we watch some pretty horrible food. We can watch some actual positive food. How about that? But we can't watch lobsters with scrambled eggs because, well,
I do like lobsters though.
Oh, I love lobster. Don't get me wrong. It's just, it's graphic. Like the lobster's alive and well, and he shows you exactly how to kill it, as he says, completely painlessly and quickly, which it is, but it also starts twitching for a long time, even on the grill. It's twitching. It's yeah, it's I don't know. I don't know, man. Like it actually made me feel a bit. Yeah. Here's the thing. I'd be up for doing a whole hunt and everything, and I'd be totally all right with that. It's just I don't know if I could also. I don't know if I want to show like this is how I kill the deer, and then I shoot the deer, and then it's a live like footage of the deer's head blowing off in slow motion. You know, like I'd rather not.
Yeah, I totally understand. I worked at a
Yeah.
butcher shop for a couple months.
All right, tell me before we go on. Tell me, did you carve up a pig?
Not a pig. We only did cows, and like it wasn't like a factory. Like, oh yeah, we got a truckload of cows, and just like the fucking pin gun or whatever, just like dun 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 dun. They're
The
dead.
stud gun in the back of their skulls, yeah.
Yeah. We went out and like a farm or a ranch or whatever, and we took a I want to say 223, and we shot the cow like right in the fucking skull.
Mm-hmm.
And the first thing we did was we took a sharp knife and we severed the tendons in the hooves. So I mean, if there was any like twitching,
It
like,
would
the
nerve
hooves
end, yeah.
Yeah, they wouldn't fucking kick at you after it
Yeah.
was dead.
Which,
And then
compared to a
after-
lobster, you know, that's not so bad. If a cow kicks you, like, yeah.
Well, even after it's dead, yeah, that's worse.
Yeah.
But after that, we would gut it, we would skin it, and then we would quarter it. I mean, like so after the skinning, we would chop the head off as well.
Oh yeah,
But-
would you have like half the flank? The thing that Rocky punches in Rocky, would that be ended up on a hook somewhere, ready for like further?
Yeah,
cutting?
yeah. So that'd be half a beef, what Rocky's beaten on, and then I think it's the 7th rib that we would cut, and that'd be a quarter. And then like I mean, you got brisket, you got the top sirloin, you got the bottom sirloin, you got it depends on what the customer wanted, basically. And I mean,
And would
they
that
could-
be all
they
done in
could-
the back of the shop, or did you have its own separate area that you then bring to the shop and then put it all up on display?
Well, we didn't do like display. I mean, it was just like a plain old like shop. Like, we're gonna fucking kill this cow. We're gonna like. I think it was like 14 to 21 days that we dry aged it, and I mean, some places go longer. But I think 14 days is like the minimum standard. And like we just like I said, we would quarter it depending on who the customer was. Sometimes my favorite piece of the cow is the brisket. I fucking love brisket. Some people don't, and they turn that into a hamburger. So we just like slice that up.
Hey, big balls! Look what's on screen right now. Benjamin Babbitt, brisket from Marvelous Miss Maisel.
Perfect. You are perfect.
Next time, I'd like some latkes.
I make great latkes. Genius latkes. You won't be sorry.
I have no idea what show this is. Miss Maisel's? Miss Maisel? Or is it a movie or Marvelous Miss Maisel? Set in the 50s and 60s, Midge Maisel, a New York housewife, discovers she's knack for stand-up comedy? Yep. Huh. good premise.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back to Binging with Babish, where this week it's Passover. So, just in time for the Seder, we're taking a crack at Midge Maisel's Marvelous Brisket. I think that's what the show's called. For this application, we want a first cut or flat cut piece of brisket, which lives up.
So, how does that compare to the brisket you always would go for?
I've seen bigger briskets. I've cut off bigger brisket pieces, but yeah, that's about right. What's weird is it's all about like the muscle tendons. Like, I mean, you can cut a piece of like this kind of steak or whatever, and then you pull back, and then there's like this little like flap of skin or muscle or whatever, and then you just slice away and it just peels right off. It's really cool. I mean, it might be different for some people, but I mean, in my opinion, it's really cool.
Hey, I've always been curious about anything done well, and I always prefer a butcher's. Even the butchers in some of our chain stores also have butchers. And I mean, they're proper butchers. They just so happen to pay a little bit of rent to stay in like a Supermax or not Supermax, a Super Value and the like. But in the village, the big village up the road, which I'm going to in a few hours, they have a butcher's, and it's like an older school. They've actually got like 3 butchers, but they've also got one in some of the stores as well. And obviously, they also produce the vast quantities of like the Tesco brand chicken fillets or the diced up beef bits and stuff like that. Useful if you just don't care. But if you want to make a little bit extra effort, you always go to an actual butcher. And you get to taste the difference. You know, like you get yourself a piece of steak from a store, and you spend a little more or a little less depending on what you're getting in a well, actually, forget a steak. Last time I went up to the butcher's in the village, I got myself some lamb cutlets, and 2 of them were for €4. So I took them home and I put them on the pan for a little bit, then I put them in the grill, and at the end of it, there wasn't a lot of meat on them. I won't say that. They were small, but they tasted really good. And I'm not a big fan of lamb normally, but they tasted really good. Because I had tons of like little baby potatoes, garlic butter, the whole shebang. It was a nice meal. But as I was biting into it, I was like, and I forgot about the rest of the meal. Just focused on it. It was just down to the bone, which there was a lot of bone in it. But it was good, and you can also get tons of like advice and tons like that in butchers. So I have a big respect for butchers. The same reason I could go into a store and walk out with a chair, but if there's a carpenter's next door to it, I might go into a carpenter's and pay a little bit more and walk out with a better chair, right? Like, it's, you know, you're paying for a level of quality, which in theory anyway, you could have a shit butcher's right next to a store that actually tries to get some really good quality materials. You know, like it can be the reverse. I've been to some shitty bakeries, and I've been to some really great places in like really great shops that just have like really good brand name breads. But I do find butchery to be very interesting, to the point where I seriously considered doing a course on it. It was like a 12-week course at one point at like a community center near where I lived. I just never went to it, and I always regret it because a part of me was always worried about getting my hands like deep into tripe, deep into like the guts and stuff like that. But I've cleaned up after people who've basically had their entire stomach lining turned inside out, and I didn't vomit then. I don't think I'd vomit there, you know, like if I'm not gonna,
it's actually not too bad. I mean, when you skin, well, I only did cattle, so like when you skin the cow, you kind of like pretty much like take out the anus and whatnot, since it's attached. It's not like, oh yeah, you just like gut it and everything falls out.
There are
Now,
some animals you can do that, like a fish, for example. You just pull out that little black string and stuff like that.
Yeah, but with like mammals,
It's more
I mean,
complicated, but I've
yeah,
seen it
it's
with
a little bit
deer
more.
in like it's an art. I imagine you've seen it done with like venison, where like a deer is just gutted and then it's just all thrown out in like 3 minutes. It's all prepared. Like
Yeah, I live in the Midwest. Yeah, I've seen a lot. I mean, pheasants as well. I mean, all you have to do is like I've
we got some
worked on a
quail out
pheasant.
here.
Quail, okay.
Oh
That's
yeah,
probably about the same.
There's a farmer, and they used to be hunted, and now when the hunting was banned, they just basically started to breed them, and I think about 2 or 3 farmers sell the eggs, which they're so pretty to look at. I feel bad breaking them out. A nice spicy taste compared to a chicken egg. Far smaller and a little bit more expensive than the standard 6-pack of eggs, but oh, you can tell the difference.
Quail is like a delicacy. At least the eggs are, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, they're on display. This isn't something you would have on a daily basis. They are treats, and they're seasonal too. The quail does not breed as common. You can't breed quail the same way you can breed chickens or ducks. They only do it in certain times of the year. But you see them wandering around up towards Sheemore Hill there, out in the fields. And we also apparently have grouse, but I've not seen any grouse. And again, it's farms. They've all been clipped, so they can't fly. But they just are wandering around the fields. And they actually wander around where also the horses graze. Because obviously Ireland and horses are kind of heavily interwoven. So you're walking up to Sheemore Hill, or walking up to the inn at the base of Sheemore Hill, which also sell duck and quail eggs. And sure enough, you will turn and see a bunch of horses, and scuttering around them is a bunch of quail and grouse. You can't hunt them, but if you want, you can find who owns them and make them an offer, and they'll be like, "Yeah, we got some in the freezer there, or we just cut them yesterday if you want them." And it's one of the few pluses I gotta say of living out here in the countryside. It's, you're gonna get your top quality ingredients, your top quality food. Only problem, now saying that though, COVID claimed 2 of the quail farmers. They were quite old, and COVID claimed both of them. There's only now, I think, maybe 6 or 5 of them. And also one of the duck farmers, and I saw them, the flock of them, just sort of like walking around next to their pond, and the owner doesn't want to keep them, so he doesn't know what to do. So I suppose technically there's a lot of people out there now wondering around this part of Ireland if someone wants to sell 80 ducks. Like I don't know how you'd manage to move those motherfuckers. That'd be an interesting sight. But there's probably a good earner in it. A duck egg is bigger and it tastes better, I think, than a chicken egg. Even a well-fed, because all our chickens are free range. We have factories in Dublin or near around Dublin, just because sheer quantities of them. But for the most part, we have farms. We have like old school farms. The rotational farms and stuff like that. I will miss that when I finally move back to the city, which is gonna happen someday. Anyway, I got into a tangent there. Sorry about that.
We want a
No, you're okay.
first cut or flat cut piece of brisket, which lives up to its name by being relatively flat, which is going to help it cook more evenly during its braise.
Lot of fat on it. I was thinking of it. I normally like my steaks lean.
Usually, I would probably cut a little layer of the fat off, but I mean, it's
Maybe
still
you will.
To begin, we are placing the brisket fat cap down in a cold stainless steel roasting pan. Why cold, you ask? Well, two reasons, really. First off, it's going to help more of the fat render out of the fat. Plus, starting it in a cold pan along with the weight of a stainless steel skillet is going to make the fat stick while it browns, so it's going to brown more evenly. We're blasting this guy over medium-high heat for about 4 to 5 minutes or until evenly browned, at which point we're going to remove the skillet, give her a flip, and set it down to brown on the beefy side, during which time we need to perform some minimal prep on some vegetables. First, 4 medium
vegetable. How do you say it the way he said it? Vegetables.
Vegetables.
Yeah, but it's almost at the end there, like it was.
Carrots are peeled and cut into
stop.
1-inch chunks. The same with 4 or 5 stalks of celery. 4 medium onions are peeled and sliced thick on a mandolin. 4 medium cloves of garlic are crushed and peeled, and a few sprigs of thyme are gently jostled. Back over on the burner, our brisket has become beautifully browned on the bottom, and it's ready to be set aside while we prep our vegetables and prepare the braising liquid. So go ahead and set that on a plate, and depending on how fatty your brisket is, you might have accrued a great deal of fat in the bottom of the roaster, all but about 2 tablespoons of which we're going to pour off, adding our onions to the pan and slowly beginning to caramelize them over the course of about 10 minutes over medium heat. Then, both to help deepen flavor and assist in caramelization, we're going to add a 1/4 cup of light brown sugar, one of the first of many sweet elements in this sweet and sour Ashkenazi brisket. Go ahead.
I was about to say, oh, sweet foods, and it's a Jewish recipe, huh? And then he's like, Ashkenazi, and I'm like, oh yeah. I always remember from Frasier, there was this joke where they were going to, he was pretending to be Jewish, and he was going to serve the family wine for his girlfriend who was Jewish, and like obviously her parents then were Jewish, and he was like, well, just trust me, just serve them Jewish wine and they won't tell the difference. Niles, how do you know what Jewish wine tastes like? And Niles clicks his finger, brings out the sugar bowl, just dumps half of it into a glass.
And cook those onions for about 8 to 10 minutes over medium heat or until they pick up some dazzling gold color. At this point, we're going to add 2 things that have been present in every Passover brisket I've ever had: chopped celery and carrot, which we're going to saute for another 1 to 2 minutes just until they pick up a little bit of color. Then we are crushing in our 4-ish cloves of garlic, sauteing that for about 30 seconds or until fragrant, and then we're adding 1 to 2 tablespoons of tomato paste, which we're also going to cook for 30 seconds to a minute. Now, before we deglaze all that beautiful fond off the bottom of the pot, we need to add a thickener. You can use 2 tablespoons of flour, or if you want to keep it kosher, use 2 tablespoons of potato flour. We're letting that toast for about 1 minute until the raw flour smell dissipates, cranking the heat up to medium-high and deglazing with about 1.5 cups of dry red wine. Use this opportunity as we always...
Lev, I know you've been to the States. Have you ever had a Rocky Mountain oyster?
You've mentioned that last time we were on, and I thought it was a joke that like you'd give to tourists. If I remember right, I knew what it was, but I didn't think that you actually enjoyed it as like genuinely enjoyed it. Instead, it was something like you'd give to the stupid tourist out there to laugh at as they'd bite into it. Kind of like you go out to like a Bedouin tribe and they'd give you like a camel testicle to bite into, you know? Well, they're all eating like this really lovely like goat and stuff like that. But yeah, I know what one is.
Okay, well, it is a testicle.
Oh yeah, I know that. Yeah,
it is so delicious though. I mean, you wouldn't think. Like I was like 8 years old, and my mom was just like, "Do you want to try this?" And I was just like, "Yeah, sure, whatever." It was deep fried, and I fucking ate it, and I was just like, "What is this?" My mom's like, "It's a bull testicle." I was just like, "What?" So yeah, I ate bull penis, or not bull penis.
Well, you didn't eat bull penis. Even if you
Bull
did,
testicle.
it wouldn't make much. It wouldn't make much difference if you did. Look, here's the thing: if you're, all right, what did they used to say? The Native Americans would eat every they'd make use of every element of the buffalo. Well, by that logic, that means they also use the the penis and the testicles. Well, what did they use it? They probably ate them. It's not a big deal. Like, obviously, I don't want a giant ass motherfucking dick flopping around on my table. Let's go, you know, like, do something with it. I've seen penis being prepared in other countries. Like in China, there's a few dishes that have like bull testicles and a bison and ox and a zebu. I think zebu penis is something you can get done, and it'll just be like served to you on a plate that's been sliced up into like little circlets. And most people will say it tastes great because of the spices and the sauces, but will also like it'll taste a little spongy. And yeah, that's what I want. When you told me about like Rocky Island oysters, I was like, would they taste spongy? That's what I'm thinking of. Like I don't think you're gonna taste. It's not gonna be like you're picking up a ball, like bits of cum are coming off it. You know, like you're not eating it raw off the dead cow, or not the bull in that case. Like you're obviously preparing it.
Always do to scrape up all that beautiful stuff off the bottom of the
What you really need to do when you come to the Midwest.
I've been to the Midwest.
State.
I've been to
Any state.
I've been to Omaha numerous times.
Okay, well then Elf King can, you know, I don't know if she's in Omaha, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well go.
And I've been to Des Moines once or twice.
That's Iowa. Fuck Iowa.
Yeah. Council Bluffs is great to remind yourself to roll up your windows and keep your wallet close by you at all times. It has a useful role in society. And by the way, Des Moines has one place I want to go to, Zombie Burger. Never been, always wanted to go.
But
anyway,
as far as bull testicles, cow testicles go, and how good they are, which it sounds fucking weird now that I say it. No, I've always gone to a branding pretty much every single year, and
you know
we castrate the cows before we brand them. So if it's a bull, so I mean we castrate the cows, we fucking pull the testicles out, put them in a bucket, and later on that day we season them, we deep fat fry them, and that's pretty much what I mean. I do it for free, and that's what I get paid with.
Here, Dinker's Bar and Grill, a place I think I've actually been to, has Rocky Island oysters. Shuck's Fish House and Oyster Bar, Dink's Bar and Grill, that's the one I was looking at. B1, there's Old Market. I've been to Old Market more than once. That's actually the only place I've ever met a fan of mine, unless you count Marshall and Faith. Yeah, I know that sign. Never been to it. I've never been inside it, but I have passed by it numerous times. They all apparently do Rocky Island oysters. Next time I'm in the States, not in the States, in Omaha, I will go and I will get Rocky Island oysters just because of you. And I will hopefully film it. Actually, I have to film it. I mean, I'm eating fucking bull testicles. Why would I not film it and put it up on the channel? Take a big old bite out of it in the most awkward way possible, and then you're go, oh god, that's terrible, or that's alright, or not bad. Or a fourth one, a magical fourth one. I have no idea what that is. But yeah, no, that's like, it's fine. It really is. I don't know, like I would not be freaked out about it if it was prepared, because like I didn't actually show. I saw some of the pictures there, and they honestly look really well done, and that's it, because it's all about the texture of me. I was thinking they'd be like chewy and like you'd have to pull at them, and they don't look bad. They look they kind of look bad.
Oh,
They look
yeah,
like
those
they're
ones
raw.
look bad.
They look raw. Like you have to prepare them yourself. But they don't look too bad. They don't look too bad. They look fine. They look fine. Yeah, I'd be okay with these. I'd be okay with someone offering one of them, saying like, try one of them. And I'm like, okay, that's not bad. What's it? Those are bull balls. And I'm like, And you explain Rocky Island, then everyone's like ready for me to go and stuff like that. But like, okay, yes, or in this case, balls. But only one way to find out is to take a bite of one, right?
Hot. And then we need to continue building our braising base. I'm starting with a 1.5 cups of beef broth. Not quite enough liquid in the pan here, so I'm adding another 1/2 cup of red wine. And now we continue layering the sweet and sour. First, about a 1/2 cup of ketchup and 1 cup of crushed tomatoes. You could substitute the ketchup with a cup of Coca-Cola if you're feeling really 1950s. But this brisket was pretty hard to come by, so I'm not taking any chances. Now to bring a little bit more acidity.
Oh yeah, because they used all like the kitschy stuff. Like, hey, you want to use sugar? Just use this, and then use like a 50s Coke. Do that.
To the sauce, I'm adding a 1/4 cup of white wine vinegar, 3 or 4 dried bay leaves, and a few sprigs of fresh thyme to help enhance the savory, then spicing things up with about a tablespoon of paprika and an optional teaspoon of cayenne pepper if you want things a little spicy or if you're Chef John, and then one last hit of sweet and sour with about 2 tablespoons each of honey and Dijon mustard. You can see why this style of brisket is often referred to as kosher barbecue. Give it a taste for seasoning, hit it with kosher salt and freshly ground pepper as necessary, and nestle the brisket into the braising liquid.
I'd be okay with that brisket as it is, even before going in, but now it'll probably have a really nice sort of glazed flavor to it.
And then it's time for this braise to live up to its name by being braised. That is, covering tightly with aluminum foil and placing in a 300-degree Fahrenheit oven for 4 hours. Or until your house smells amazing, the braising liquid has thickened, and the brisket feels like it's not even there when you stab it with a fork. Now, if you're making this brisket same day, then you're just going to defat the sauce, slice, and serve as is. But if you've got the time, you ideally want to let this guy cool off for about an hour, separate the brisket from the sauce, remove the spent thyme sprigs and bay leaves, and fridge everything overnight. I'm keeping the brisket in my intended reheating and serving vessel and pouring the braising liquid into a more manageable container. Fridging overnight is going to accomplish a few things. First, it's going to help our flavors deepen and meld. Second, it's...
That's so true with curries. Have you ever tried to make a curry before?
I'm like I said, I'm from the Midwest. Curry is like foreign to me.
Yeah, you guys never inherited the Indian tradition of food. You got the Mexican tradition of food instead. It's a lot of it's the same principle, but there's a few differences. When you make a korma or when you make a curry sauce or anything like that, there is a lot of if you can have it as it is, piping hot, and it tastes okay. But if you leave it overnight and then add it back into the meal, oh, you notice the difference. You really do. All the flavors come alive. Even with the pre-made stuff that you get in the red tin that you get over here, O'Donnell's curry powder, if you prepare with that and then store it overnight in the fridge in like a little bit of Tupperware or something like that, and then use it the next morning, A, your kitchen's going to smell like curry all night, which is hardly a bad thing, and B, you're going to get yourself twice as much flavor.
It's going to make all the fat in the sauce solidify in an easy to scrape off layer. This is an important step, otherwise you're going to end up with a really greasy sauce. Third, it's going to give us the ability to do some good old-fashioned finger tasting. And fourth, it's...
I just realized the thing I had to do is in 6 hours, and I've been drinking, which means I can't do it. I've got to contact them. Oh, fuck me. I'm a moron. Well, the stream's going on for as long as I want then, I guess. At least until the wine's gone. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and check out the links in the doobly-doo and all that shit. I'm going nowhere. Well, I guess we'll watch something else after this. Crow, you come and go as you please, of course. I'm not going to hold that against you.
Okay, so I did see earlier that you have a bag of wine, not a box of wine, a bag of wine.
It's now been upgraded to a
Okay, but there was, as far as I know, a college game, or I'm 27. I don't fucking know.
Try.
Like you slap the bag of wine, or someone holds the bag of wine and someone slaps it, and as many times as it spins, that's how many seconds you drink from the bag of wine.
Okay, I'd be okay with that, except for the fact that I'd have to slap it myself, and I'd then, because there's no one else here, I'd have to kind of like put up a sort of like a wire, and then kind of like put the bag on it, and then spin it, and then drink it. I do know, I don't know the one you're talking about, but I get the gist of it. Like, let's just say I give it a little bit of a bitch slap, and it kind of spins around and goes around 3 times, and then okay, so you've got to drink it 3 times. You got to drink it for 3 seconds, and then vice versa, and blah blah blah. That makes sense. Yeah, it's way too early yet to contact them. Thinking now, as I'm wondering, do I still want to go out to the village today, because I can get all the food I want and such. It's just I don't need to go out now because I got the thing that I go out for on average the most, which is booze. And this is my weekly booze input. Like, I know I'm famous for my drinking, but I always try to get as on average to do 1 day a week. And the problem with, sometimes obviously I don't. I think I've streamed at least 1 week completely drunk for every day that I've streamed, like 7 days a week in 1 week. I don't know if I don't know what the level of quality that would have been like. I don't know the level of fun that would have been like. But I'm just wondering, do I want to go up to the shop? Because the shop means I've got to go and get myself some. I've got to go out and get myself some goddamn. I've got to get the cab back, and I don't need to go out now because I can't go out. It was an appointment, a medical appointment, and as they said, never show up here if you've had a drink on you. And well, it's in 6 hours, and I've had a drink, so I can't really go out, and I've got to call them at some point before noon anyway. I'll have already ended a stream at that point. Besides which, I'm feeling really tired. Not really tired, I want to end the stream, but I haven't slept since 6 in the afternoon, so it's almost 6 in the morning now. Yeah.
It's gonna make
my sleep pattern's weird.
The brisket exceptionally easy to carve into very, very thin slices.
Ben Pye was calling me out on that. He was like, dude, what's your sleep pattern like? Do you live in like some weird dimensional time? And I'm like, yeah, I'm weird. Why? Whoop, you want to fight about it? Hey August, glad to see you're still here. We're actually not going to go anywhere for now. I was honestly thinking it was going to be a short stream, but it's going to be as long as the wine holds out anyway.
Now for an exceptionally tender brisket that straight up melts in your mouth, we want to carve across the grain. This way we're making the meat fibers as short as possible, so the knife is doing all the work instead of your mandible. Once the meat is sliced into thin slices, we're pouring half of the braising liquid into our intended heating and serving casserole, nestling the brisket in over top, trying to fan it out a little bit.
I have seen brisket on display, and I have to admit I've been tempted. I did have brisket one time. And I swear to Christ, there was this aftertaste I didn't like. I don't know what to say, except that it was just this flavor I couldn't quite put my finger on. That it was like, this meat is really like, what the hell is that? Like, it was just this metallic, I'd almost say.
Brisket is one cut of beef that, like, some people don't like, some people do like. In my opinion, brisket is like the best.
Oh, I can see the appeal. The smell of it is gorgeous. It looks gorgeous. The tenderness was top notch. You know what it reminds me of in terms of tenderness? a carvery roast. You know what a carvery is?
I do not.
Okay, over here in Ireland and the UK, and I think in France, northern France too, our pubs every Sunday have something called a carvery meal. Let me just pause Babish real quick and bring him up for you. Carvery pub. Carvery, great if I could spell it. A carvery, Wikipedia. This is what people think of when they think of like good British food. People will point out shitty British food all you want, but it is. Oh yeah, Cyprus as well. Canada and Australia will also have that. Canada only. I only time I ever saw it in Canada was in restaurants that tried to really hype up their Britishness, like the the Prince Andrew, the Prince Philip, or the Lord James or something like that. But here's a typical carvery meal. Pub or restaurant where cooked meat is freshly sliced in order to customers. It's sometimes offered unlimited servings in a buffet style, fixed price. It's usually on a Sunday, and it's kind of like, you know, the way in the States when families would go to church, afterwards they'll go for like pancakes to celebrate, and it'd be kind of like a sort of tradition. In the UK, it's kind of similar. After church, everyone goes to the carvery, but it's very quickly become like an elderly sort of thing. I don't know how else to describe it. Don't get me wrong, like this is it. Like there's the pub outside. It's just a regular old-fashioned pub, and it's no, I want the actual picture. It's just a regular pub outside, but they have this section put aside for it. Look at all the potatoes there, the meat. They get these decent like fairly decent chefs to show up. They're sometimes it's the house chef if they also do food as well, and you just go, oh, I'll have a bit of this, and I'll have a bit of that, and I'll have a bit of this, and then they will slap it on. And like they said, sometimes it's a buffet, and sometimes it's a sometimes it's by plate, and then you sit down over there, you have a pint, you have a glass of Fanta or Coke, or you have a cup of tea, and you talk and you watch the football, and it's very, 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 very sort of English family. It's a part of society. But the thing is, the meat that's served, a lot of the beef that's served, is very similar to brisket in terms of like the way it's sliced and the way that it's like presented. But you see here, this is if I'm right, this is an Irish one. That's Yorkshire puddings, some carrots, that looks like mash or maybe cauliflower. What would you say they are? I'm guessing they're like over here on the right. I'm guessing those are those are roasties. Those are roasties. They're usually frozen roasties. When you go to most carveries, it's rare that they've prepared the spuds in that particular level, but sometimes you do. And of course, the beef. And as you can see, the beef is all nicely sliced, and of course that's tons of gravy put over everything. In the UK, you get yourself a carvery, and it's way bigger than, I'd say, about 90% of Irish carveries. There's about a 10% level of carveries in Ireland that compete. The thing is, the reason why carveries are such a big deal, not so much for the people, but for the pubs themselves. There's too many pubs these days, and they have to compete with everyone else. So food, while costs a massive amount of money, is a major earner. Like every Sunday you'll make a shit ton of money if you have a carvery, because it feels like an event. It feels like something you do. Like people get spruced up to go out to their local that they've been drinking at since they were like 15 or 16 to go to a carvery. And it's just a part of our society, and I absolutely love it. Some days if I'm with the right society. And I gotta be honest, most Irish carveries aren't great, but a good chunk of English carveries are. And there's one or two Irish ones. There was one in the south side of Dublin I went to once that was absolutely gorgeous. The meat, it had like 5 or 6 different types of meats all lined up. It was brilliant.
They all get exposure to the sauce and pouring the rest of the sauce over top the whole affair, lidding it up tight and placing it into a preheated 375-degree Fahrenheit oven for about 45.
Will say though, the smell is not everyone's cup of tea, and I don't blame them. I cannot stand the smell, particularly the vegetables. The smell of cabbage. If you don't like the smell of cabbage, you're not going to like the smell of a carvery on a Sunday.
5 minutes until vigorously bubbling and heated through and ready to be devoured, Passover style. I do not have any of the usual Seder accoutrements, so I'm going to go ahead and serve this with a light spinach salad, something light and fresh to cut through all the richness. Serve up a generous pile of slices, make sure to hit it with some extra sauce, and it's time to dig into one of my favorite examples of what slow and low cooking can do. This brisket is sweet and sour and savory and tender and rich and meaty, and it makes the perfect bribe to help your shady husband's stand-up career. If you have an extremely fatty brisket like this one, you might want to trim off some of that before cooking, but that's not going to stop me from entering this not only into the Clean Plate Club, but the coveted Second Helpings Club.
Look promising. Look very promising. You still there?
Yeah, I would probably stab Shabisky just for a taste of that brisket.
You'd find any excuse to stab Shabisky. Let's be real here. Oh, I dropped $1 on the ground. I'll pick it up if you let me stab Shabisky.
Yeah, that's true.
No, very true. Very. Here's the thing, though. He's a wiry motherfucker. You think you could be able to find him? You take your blade and he kind of just, the first one, he's like so paper thin, you just kind of miss, and he's like, and you realize how he stayed alive so long, and he has paper bending abilities. He's basically like a little piece of paper that can fold you.
He turns sideways and you can't see him.
You're right. Where'd he go? Shabisky, I was only messing around, man. The lights turned off. you just hear a bong being lit up. Shabby, we love you. We love you, my dude. No, you were talking on and on about oysters. Let's see. Rocky Mountain oysters. Let's see. Food and Cider. I think we've watched Food and Cider before. Denver Institution has been serving Rocky Mountain oysters for 125 years. It's just that they don't look good. They don't look good. Like they look good next to. Oh, perfect. Sorry, go on.
Well, no. I stopped myself. Go ahead.
No, I mean, like, if you want to watch the first one, we can do that. It's just that Kent Rowlands is a fucking legend, and he has a whole thing. I didn't know he had a whole thing on Rocky Mountain oysters. But I mean,
well, I grew up with the whole thing, so I mean, go ahead.
It's not a big deal. Okay, but I mean, that's how they look like, right? Raw, like that, and this.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
They look like
I wouldn't. Well, obviously, like. It's like what I'm saying with the lobster from earlier with Babish. It's not that I'm shocked that he's killing a lobster. It's that I didn't want to show it on screen because it's pretty fucking jarring, and like liquids fly everywhere, and it's very abrupt, which is good because it's quick and it's like it's over. If there's a tomorrow for animals, if there's a tomorrow for people, well, that lobster's there now. But it's a little bit macabre. It's a little bit macabre. And by that logic, this is like... I wouldn't want you to look at that and go like, oh my god, what the fuck is that? That actually does look. No, we've looked at food inside it before. I'm 95% sure we've looked at food inside it before and got no problem. So, oh, right up. Let's get a baked potato.
Exchange, the oldest restaurant in Denver, Colorado, and unfortunately for me, their most popular dish: Rocky Mountain oysters, aka fried bull testicles. To the best of my knowledge, I've never eaten testicles. I mean, you know, not that I'm aware of. I came here to eat testicles, and testicles I shall eat.
Damn right. I'd try it if I was there. If I went to a place and they said their favorite dish, let's say I went to China and I went down the Dog Alley, which is a real place in one of the major cities in China. The Dog Alley full of dog restaurants that serve dog. And I sat down and I said, "What's your most famous dish?" And they said, "We serve dog." And I'd be like, "Can I have that, please?" They bring it out. I take a bite out of it and go, "Oh my god, this tastes like dog." Well, yeah. Like, I wouldn't be in that situation in the first place if I didn't know what I was getting into. It's like, what are you guys doing? Frying up some heroin? You want any? Do I? Yeah. Guys, what the hell? I'm now sucking dick for heroin. What the hell? Like, one thing does inherently lead into another.
Historic landmark in the city of Denver, the Buckhorn Exchange has been selling Rocky Mountain oysters since 1893. That's a lot of balls.
They're good. They're good. You got to try it. If you're here, you got to try it. I've seen it on TV for so long, and it's just like, oh, it's been here for 100 years.
I think I saw the guy from Man vs. Food eat stuff here.
Colorado. Might as well just go.
Before he gave it up and, you know, took care of his body because he was dying.
The fat guy?
He wasn't quite so fat when the show started. By season 3 or 4, he was dying. He was lit. He had to end the show. He had gained like 90 pounds. Like he was just, he went from like a Chandler to a fucking the whiny guy from Seinfeld with glasses. What was his name?
Well, I was gonna say Kramer, but he wasn't racist.
Bow wow.
See it and taste it.
You could see it, by the way, in season 3. If you looked at some of the episodes he was in, he was taking bites out of the pizza, or like a burger that was like twice the size of him, and you could just see gallons of sweat pouring off his face, and he's like, he also started to fail more and more challenges, because you think that, oh, a fat guy can eat more. Well, not always. Why do you think there's so many skinny guys that beat food challenges? Like, the weight doesn't always equate into eating more.
How bad could it be? They've been doing it for like 140.
That one Japanese guy.
Yeah.
Hot dog guy.
I was just thinking that. Japanese hot dog eater. Let's look at it. I need to find a picture of him with the band on his head. There he is. Let's make sure there's no other weird ass pictures next to him. Anytime anyone thinks of hot dog eating championships, there's always a parody of this motherfucker here. Look at him. He's a twig.
Actually, every time I think of a hot dog eating champion, I think of my ex-girlfriend.
All at once? Let's see what I did there. I threw in a Clerks. Hey, she wants that. She wants that brisket. What can I say?
Years. Let's do this. The Buckhorn Exchange is Denver's oldest restaurant, opened in 1893 by this man, Henry H. Zietz, also known as Shorty. Shorty was a skilled marksman and toured as a sharpshooter in Buffalo Bill's Wild West show along with Sitting Bull. Years later, the Buckhorn Exchange would be frequently visited by both Buffalo Bill and Sitting Bull. The Buckhorn Exchange is directly across the street from the railroad. Shorty would allow railroaders to exchange their paychecks for U.S. currency and give each man a token for a free sandwich and a beer. While that sounds generous, Shorty knew no railroader would stop after one beer and would end up spending most of the money they had just exchanged.
Yep, that is 100% fucking true. That's how Vegas gets you. Don't forget that. Like, if you make a shit ton of money, and I know tons of people who've struck it rich in Vegas, where does the money go? It goes right back into Vegas. You go back to the tables, but you also go to the bar, which will often serve you the occasional free drink. It will make sure that you are put up in a nice hotel room. Even if you had a hotel room somewhere else, you're probably going to spend the night in the hotel room there. And how do you know that? Well, occasionally a girl will tap you on the arm and go like, "Oh my God, you're so interesting. Tell me about your life." And then you for drunkenly talk about your ex-wife for 3 hours, where she's like, yeah, you're paying for my cocaine habit. I mean, yeah. And then you get so drunk you think you went to bed with her, but she kind of left you 2 or 3 hours ago, and rather the guy who was serving you drinks until you started coughing up blood gets you back up to your hotel room that you paid, that you were given for. You were tossed into that room. You wake up the next morning, you go downstairs and go, don't worry,
Okay,
sir.
so-
You have your next game free on the house. And it starts all over again.
You're talking about casinos.
Yeah.
Do you want to know why their carpets are fucking like ugly? Because it matches in with the chips. So if you're drunker than fuck and you lose your chips,
yep,
like you're walking
They're gone.
here, you're walking there, and there's no clocks. There's no windows.
There's no windows,
So-
which is IKEA. Like IKEA was inspired. Either casinos quickly was inspired by IKEA, or IKEA inspired casinos, but they both have the same principle: no windows, no clocks. As they say, it's a self-fulfilling ecosystem where the only person who suffers are the people who will go out and tell other people to go there. I should know, people up at Dave's pub, the pub I was at before coming here, and I've streamed that once or twice, they have sworn by places in Vegas, and I asked how much did they win, and they said, "Oh, I won 200 here, I won 200 there." And I'm like, "How much did you come back with?" And they said, "Nothing." One of them even said he had to take a loan out from one of our banks here in Ireland to get back home. Vegas, or the house, always wins. You know how... Alright. I learned this from James Stephanie Sterling. Jinquisition, Podquisition, that sort of shit, right? If you don't know who they are, YouTuber, big gaming stuff. Nowadays came out as trans, also a wrestler as well, a pretty good one too. They said the best way to beat a casino is to do this. Where they lived in Mississippi, so it probably doesn't apply in Vegas. You go out there and you go straight to the bar, immediately to the bar. There you you go to the buffet first, and you immediately hit up on the buffet, which is all you can eat for, I think it was at the time 40 or 35, and it was a seafood buffet every Sunday, and because they were in Mississippi they could get it in fresh, so it was good stuff. Then you'd hit the tables. But you wouldn't hit the tables, you go straight to the bar. You would go to the bar, and every bar had a little slot. And the thing is, every 5 games, regardless of it, they were obligated to give you a free drink of your choice. So, you asked for 20 quarters, put 5 of them in, maybe you'd get something out of it, which would prolong the night. Doesn't fucking matter. Because you just got yourself a free cocktail. Now, you keep putting your quarters in, and you keep getting a free cocktail. Over and over and over and over and over. So instead of spending 150, 250, you're spending 60, maybe? And if you really strike it with one of those slots, you're spending like... nothing, because every 5 slots you get yourself a cocktail. And what Steph would do would be always order from the top shelf cocktails. Because a cocktail constituted as a drink. They had a cocktail list. So you got yourself your most expensive cocktail on the list. How they made money when someone was doing shit like that is beyond me. And I guarantee you, no Vegas casino or even Reno casino is that stupid. But that's what was happening in Mississippi. So you ever find out wherever the fuck they were living? Go to the find out what the casino it was. Go there, and for half the price, you're getting all the food and drink you want. You're still paying money. But you're paying money for a good night at a reduced rate. Plus, at certain times, the shows they'd have would be free because they'd be in the center stage, which you could watch from the bar, which overlooked everything. Not bad. You still there?
Yeah, I gotta step out real quick.
Go for it, man. But you, chat, you still there? Or am I talking into the endless void of tomorrow? Ah. Anyone got any other tips to toss out? Old low energy ways? How to avoid the scrum? If a girl in a cocktail dress is telling you that you're doing really great at a game of chance, something tells me you take it with a bit of salt. But what about the rest of it? Thanks for the likes, by the way, guys. I really appreciate it. Never had brisket, but looks tasty. Yeah, it definitely does. I think next time I have the opportunity, I'm going to try to take some brisket. Damn, I got a lot of likes on Twitter. I'm popular, yo. Oh, I remember last time, yeah. Okay, so I don't know if Crow is up for it or not. Might have to end the stream in about... We're not back in about, say, 8 minutes. Because I remember when we did 3 drinks minimum, he got a little drunk and he just kind of wandered off. And I was kind of just there twiddling my thumbs going... Right. If he comes back, he comes back. If he doesn't, we'll end it here. Either way, my day is gonna be... annoying. It's not that annoying. I just have to make the call. I might even be able to reorganize it for... Damn. Oh, shit. Yeah. Bam. Yeah. If Crow has to leg it, then we'll end the stream here. It was cool that he showed up and all. It's just I did not expect the night to go to as long as it did, nor did I actually expect it in the first place. I was expecting it in, what, it's 6 now, about another 12 hours. I was to go live, and I just did it too early. I don't say too early, I had a good laugh. It's so weird watching this bag of booze. I almost feel like there's a drink in Night City that's just a jerry can full of tequila. You grab it like this and it's just like pure alcohol, and it really does feel like a fake boob. I kind of want to get like a crazy straw from my mouth down to there. You know? As Augusta said, just hook it to my veins, right? Let's down this part in a way. Yo, I hate red wine. Why'd you get it? Well, it's because it was the only thing I could get that wouldn't require me to go to recycle bin. Oh shit. Naughty on both counts. Alright, no. Well, listen, I've got nothing to do for the next God knows how many hours, so, and I'm not quite the slosh. Oh, you can hear the, of course, the mic is, here, I'm putting the mic literally on top of the bag. How's that for some ASMR? Do you remember when they did ordinary sausage, did the cranberry sausage? Do you feel like a questionably young schoolgirl in Japan waking up in a meat tunnel with these strange tendrils that look oddly phallic heading towards you? If you do, you got problems, bro. You got problems. Unlike me, who has solutions. And the solutions is to like, share, and subscribe for more low energy content. But also to help us reach the stream goal, which is King Cobra Tactical Soap, which is technically not what it's called. It's it's actually just called Tactical Soap, but because King Cobra talks about it so much, what the hell am I going to make that connection to? Of course. The actual name of the soap is Maverick 2, not 1, which I think is vanilla, but 2 is actually orange. And I'm going to go and then get this. Actually meet up with a female. And then we will probably enjoy each other's company. But I will be wearing the soap. With your help. I love you. Except for you. You know the one. You had your chance. Slut. Gotta have been drinking all day. Alright, fuck it. If Crow's not coming back, Crow's not coming back, but I don't need to end the stream. Fuck it. Let's bring back up the video and we will just watch it on his own. Crow left last time too, I remember that. And he apologized. I'm like, dude, you were too drunk to be on stream. That's fine. Just tell me when you go, right? For all I know, he's doing that right now. The stream will stay open. If he wants to pop in, I'll be like, whoa! Like, I will be both shocked and even dare I say aghast. But we will go until the wine is gone. Like I said, I cannot do what I had planned for tonight. So I have to actually improvise. And improvise to give you a Wasted Wednesday that is getting increasingly more and more sunny. There's about another glass in this, maybe? So for 14 quid you get 3 glasses of red wine at 13%. I do like the name of it, Chile con Carne, but it makes me think of the old cartoon, Hector con Carne. He had the, all that was left of him was his brain and his stomach, and they put it in a circus bear. It was the Billy and Mandy show that came out before Billy and Mandy, and they sometimes made allusions to it. General Scar, God, no, you guys wouldn't get the references. If Elf King is here, they might get the reference. I'm not going to. That's the downside of having people who are like genuine long-time friends with you compared to people who will be like, God, the sun came up pretty quick. Well, it's not even that sunny, it's just cloudy. Compared to people you meet later. I need to turn it back in a second.
I'm back. From outer space. I don't know the song.
So you mean you'll meet up with a target? For a minute there, I thought my computer froze like the old way. God, at least for all the tech problems we have, at least we don't have to deal with that shit. And by the way, target. Alright. I'll actually just end the call with Crow. Oh, shit.
No. Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, I was literally gonna be like, dude, you can come back in whenever you want, but clearly, like, you're just busy over there, so... No, you're alright, man.
Yeah, I had a smoke, took a shit, came back.
You lived your best life.
Yeah.
Damn right. I took a piss and talked to Augusta. I did a shill and did other things. I guess we can go back looking at this.
In 1905, while campaigning for president, Teddy Roosevelt parked his train across the street from the Buckhorn Exchange, stopped in for dinner, and
My
became
favorite
friendly with
president.
Shorty.
And Teddy,
Even if he wasn't exactly nice to other countries. And a little racist. Just a smidge racist. Just a smidge.
take him on hunts up in the Rockies, and they became friends. And so over the years, Teddy would contact the owner. When Teddy went on his famous African safari, he contacted the owner to go along.
What are we looking at? All I
This
got
is-
is...
Denver Institute to be serving Rocky Mountain oysters for 125 years. This is the same video I paused on when we left. Because I wasn't knowing if you were going to go or if you were going to go, you know, like, and I was right back ready to get into it either way, so...
Ah, I see.
Yeah, I gave you the benefit of the doubt, so... Well done.
Okay. Well, I
As
still
one
can't
of his
see
guides
anything
in
besides your profile picture on Discord.
Oh, it's sharing. Stream sharing is right now.
Well, I'll hit a button. Maybe I'm just too drunk.
If you want, go and watch a stream like the plebs, the all the 5 plebs. Look at them down there in their not sepia toned godness. I actually have to say I love this lighting that I've got going on right here. I kind of have a sort of almost dystopian vibe going on. I kind of like it. It's very stark. Not me myself, but just the lighting in general. It's 6 o'clock in the morning here, and it's the sun's up. We've been going through a major amount of heat waves, but it's also hardcore like cloudy as well. That's the thing. The UK hasn't gotten the clouds. We have, hence the humidity. To add into that humidity. The fucking humidity, man.
Africa. So we have many mounts that are here in the building that are from that hunt.
Rocky Mountain oysters are bull testicles.
No.
They were the meat cowboys would eat at the end of a cattle drive. Only a certain amount of bulls were used as breeding stock, and the others were kept alive and fattened up for food. So they took off the testicles to control the population, and they also figured, hey, fresh meat.
Yeah, I mean, why waste it? What are you gonna do? Feed it to the dogs? You could. Speaking of, what amount of the meat ends up as dog food? Like, is it low-grade food, or is there a particular amount of food that goes into dog food?
So from what I understand, like 99% of a cow is usable. Not meat, but like the bones, the horns, the hooves, like glue. But like 99% of a cow is reusable as far as like adhesives, like random, just name anything, and it's probably come from a cow.
So, what I was asking though, because yeah, like I know we use a huge amount of stuff. For example, if I remember right, there was a huge drive to use buffaloes first for their hides by Westerners, not by the natives, but by like Westerners. First for their hides and their meat, but then for if I remember right, their skin could be used as leather for belts in factories. in like the Industrial Revolution. And you know, you think about like a giant factory with the massive gears and shit like that. We've also got those belts, those really thick pieces of leather that are spinning around between two pieces of metal. And I imagine that used up all. I imagine they went through a lot of like leather really quickly, so I imagine there was a big demand for it until someone created some sort of synthetic rubber, which was probably rubber. But my question was like, what animals end up as dog food? I always thought it was an inferior quality of food, or like it was the offal. But offal, I've been to places that serve offal. Polish butchers in Ireland, Eastern European butchers in Ireland, especially in Dublin, they will use offal. Like they will use. You can grab yourself some fried crow's feet. I've had them. They taste like crisps with like a weird center part. You kind of chew on them. Apparently, it's a very elderly sort of thing to do. You can buy them. You can buy a pack of 5 for 5 in Dublin on Mary Street. I know a place, but like, is it just standard meat that's put aside for dog food, or is it like sick cows that are put inside for dog food? Like what constitutes as dog and cat food? Like, is it what's the cutoff? Being like that's not good. That goes to the dogs, you know.
Well, I'm assuming that like if it's a sick cow, you're still going to use the meat. You're still going to use whatever you need from that cow.
Well, not if it's mad cow, obviously.
Well, yeah, if it's not mad cow, but I mean, like it's still if it's sick, you can still get a steak off of it. I mean, but I mean, you're going to use the parts that you're not. I mean, you're not going to send to a restaurant or anything like that. I mean, it's just going to get mulched up into Ames or like fuck, what's the other one? Imes, not Ames, Imes, or Pedigree or whatever the fuck dog food is.
Or Purella or something, isn't that one for cats? It's like a black and white little square. It's like a sign of quality. I get that. Like it's just I've always wondered because you always heard like the worst pigs, the worst chickens, the worst fish would always end up as pet food. Unless you were super poor, and then you'd get like knockoff brand, especially when the recession hit. Over here we had something called Daily Basics, which you don't get anymore. I think in the UK you can still get it, but when the recession hit, you got everything that was everything that was knocked off done under like the most. It was almost like a ration card. I don't know how to describe it. Daily Basics brand. Daily Basic brand, Irish retail. Yeah, Mulgraves. That's right. Mulgraves is the big. There it is. Like that was the logo. You still find the occasional ones, particularly all the unperishables like the toilet papers and such. You'll still find that. But during the recession, it was always cheaper. Everything was cheaper, but the quality was fucking terrible. But it was the recession. Everyone was making less money. Everyone was, struggling more. So if you had to pay 25 cents extra for tea, in my case, I always remember the tea, this one. Like you'd pay it. You wouldn't pay for it because you'd be like, oh, you don't taste any difference. But you did. You did taste the difference. It was like stalks, and it's like when a really bad dealer sells someone weed and it's like stalks and stems, and seeds, like it's just, well, maybe not seed, but like dead seeds and shit like that, bits of grass, and like you struggle to make it work. So I always thought like pet food, dog food and the like was always the same principle. And seeing that you worked in a butcher's, I always wondered if like once a week would they come around and be like, have you got the certain bit of meat that no one else wanted? And you'd be like, yeah, sure. And you put a big bag on the back of a truck and they'd give you like 200 and they'd drive off, and the dogs in the region would have something to nibble on because they don't care because they'll eat their own little shit. So
Well, actually, I mean that's a good question. I mean, we didn't have any like excess besides the hides, and we would salt the shit out of them, and we would sell one hide from like probably a year old cow for $150. But I mean, that's not even an hour.
And you could turn that into like jerky.
Well, no. Like turn it into leather.
Oh, right. Yeah, I was thinking like hide. There couldn't be that much meat on the bone. There's no meat on any bone. It's hide. By the way, I actually got when I was a teenager, my ma and I went out to Cyprus, and we came back with a goat hide that we put on top of our sofa, our settee, and it was like a full stretch thing, and it was the first time I'd ever seen anything like that in real life. And not only that, me ma, who ironically enough at the time was a vegetarian, was like, she pointed at the goat and was like, yeah, I'll take that one because I like the spots on him. And a little kid took him into a shed, and my man and I went, probably so we wouldn't see or hear anything, a cup of tea, which obviously it's Cyprus is half and half, so there was some Muslim, but I mean, like, she went and get wine, I got some like Coca-Cola or whatever, and we talked for a bit, and when I came back, there was the hide, which obviously you're thinking like, hold on, like, how does that work? Well, the thing was, every goat was someone else's in the future's premise. Rather, you're buying the goat what it looks like that they have back there. Like, they already have them all sliced up and ready to go. But these are the goats that look like the goat that's hanging on the wall back there. And I always thought that was very strange. Like, why don't you just show us the goat alive, kill it, and say come back in a few days and they'll be all good to go? Or have it all pre-prepared in its full leatherness. Either way, we came back with it. And can I say this? I can't say it. Fucking horrible. Every time you put your head to the back of it, it was like the most wiry, borderline metal piece, needles going into the back of your skull. Its hair was not treated at all. It wasn't soft. It was just pure, like, wire. But it looked pretty. Like I said, until you put your head on the back of it. When you leaned back on the sofa, you were like, ow. Like, except for people who had hair, and I had just lost my hair. So, yeah, I have, like I said, I've got big respect for people who can, like, taxidermy or, like, butcher or, like, prep leather. I mean, leather work is smelly, among other things. Do they still use urine for leather?
I do not believe so.
They found some sort of alternative that had all the same chemicals.
As far as I know, I mean, I just skinned the fucker and we called it.
Yeah,
good.
your part was done. You know, like the chain from field to family was fulfilled. Yeah. By the way, yeah, these are the prices that they were going for, like 89 cent for daily basic raisins, when it was like €1.25. But as you can see, these even by raisin standards, are emaciated as fuck. And when I first moved out here to the country, this was in Super Value. This was the store that we'd go to, which is a pretty big store and has a lot of really good stuff. But it's also Irish owned, and they really emphasize that. In fact, earlier when I was talking about the butcher, that is one of the places that has a butcher, and that's also where you can get quail eggs. But it was also the first to pick up daily basics after the recession hit, and we saw the daily basics on brand everywhere, and it was such a sign of the times. But you know what? Some of the stuff from daily basics was not the end of the world. Like, it was, the toilet paper was basically tissue paper, so you gotta learn how to wipe properly with that. But
Well, Lev, I have a question to ask you. Here in the U.S. or in the States, we did go through. I mean, like a little recession. Gas went up, but did like the price of beef go up for you?
no, for two reasons. Number one, if it did in Dublin, I wouldn't have been able to tell. And number two, UK and Ireland, one of its major exports and locally sourced things is beef. Beef did not need to raise its price at all. Instead, we noticed a massive increase in anything we couldn't grow ourselves. Out here in the countryside, if you want your fruit and veg, your veg is without a shadow of doubt coming from Ireland. All you need to pay for is someone to pick it up off the ground, polish it off, put it in the back of a truck, someone getting paid for the truck from there to the store. Boom, it's done. It's as simple as that. But what we couldn't pay, what we noticed a massive increase for, was stuff from like Australia or America or Russia or Japan or whatever. These things that the rest of the world, when we were shipping it in, we had to pay those tariffs, we had to pay those prices. And yeah, we also got to see what the chain was. Take blueberries, for example. Most of our blueberries, and I love blueberries, come from Spain. Blueberries, Spain. When it's a good time of the year in Tesco's, a pack of blueberries will set me back €2. That's enough if I want to throw something on top of my usually healthily cereal. You know what, even as a kid, and all that shit, the start, which is sweet, but it's not sweet because it's like full of crappy sugar. It's full of like electrolytes and stuff like that. And before you say it's not what we say, shut the fuck up. But we would get our blueberries from Spain, and when the season is good, you can get them as little as 89 cent or over €2. So I say roughly about €2. There were little things. And then there was fuel. But the EU fuel crisis affects us because we're a part of the EU. As if Brexit would fix that for the UK. The UK, if anything, has no idea where it's getting its fuel from. It's getting its fuel from the exact same locations it was getting it prior. The Middle East, South America, the little oil rigs they have off Scotland. But, like, it thought that those tariffs would vanish. No, now you just have to have tariffs directly between your country and the country it's produced from. Meanwhile, America, well, you guys know a few things about fuel prices. I hear they're finally lowering. They're really starting to, like, barrels are like under 100 now.
In my state, it's still almost $5 a gallon.
What was it 5 years ago?
5 years ago, it was probably about like $2.79 or something like that.
When did it get so much that you started to notice it in your day-to-day life?
I mean, it's always been around like $3 since I've been an adult. But like it's 4.80 something, and I live a block away from a gas station.
So you get to see firsthand when the prices change and the big thing outside the front of it with the little sign saying, these are our prices, and they shift every few hours.
Yeah. So I mean, it's a gas station. I see, unleaded $4.89, diesel $7 and whatever the fuck cents.
Current Irish petrol prices. USD. Yeah, oh, good. They put it in dollars as well. There you go. That's the average. Prices will shift, but that's the average. So what would you say about that?
Well, not to get political, but I mean,
go for it.
People are just like, oh yeah, back in when Donald Trump was president, the gas prices were this. Yeah, now that Joe Biden, he's a piece of shit. I mean, I'm not on either side, but gas prices doesn't have to fucking deal with either Republican or Democrat. I mean,
they have to do with certain elements of Congress and the Senate for what they pass, but the thing is, once they do, prices fluctuate because the markets are obsessed with what the Democrats or the Republicans post. So I remember, actually not too long ago, of all people, Philip DeFranco got to talk to, I think his senator or his congressman on the stream about the gas prices. And she said, oh, we're going to put forth this commission, a bipartisan commission that will say that prices have to be capped and at this level. Philip goes, do you think it's going to be passed? And she honestly said, no, it won't be. And it didn't. It got shut down. It even got shut down by other Democrats. Like, obviously the majority of Republicans who were asked also said no. Like this, but what I was asking was, like, look at those prices, particularly the US, like a gallon. How much did you say a gallon was where you are?
It's about four. It's gone down a little bit, but it's about $4.79.
8.22, 8.24, one here in Ireland on average, and that is the 18th of July, which is 2 days ago. Yeah, the gas prices here in Ireland, like, they're not like what is the most expensive gas? Do you know what the most expensive gas prices in America are?
It's probably either in New York or California, and it's probably about $7.
Prices in the world. No, in the world. No. In the US. Yeah. Let's make a comparison. Data as 30th, Western Pacific states face the most costly gas in the nation. Highest 560, 557, 557, 549. Ours 824. and we don't bitch about it. We don't go to war about it. Why? Because you motherfuckers, frankly, have been suckling on the only teeth in the world for so long that your feed is getting a little thinner than it was before, and you're starting to lose your shit. Your whole society is based around the car. It's based around moving shit via cars. Like, America would do best to invest in its trains. Not just in its trains, but in its trains in a big way. In a big way to make the Transcontinental Railroad look like an amateur hour. And you guys could do it. You guys could do it without breaking a sweat for your military bills, without breaking a sweat for your kickbacks, for your political supporters every election. But you don't, because Americans are obsessed with their cars, almost, if not on the same par, with the way you're obsessed with guns. That's why you lost your shit over the fact that you're what, $5? We have 821. If I'm a trucker in Ireland or in the EU, I'm a little bit worried. I would be. But we don't go out in the streets and scream our heads off. Rather, we make new trade deals with countries involved. Like adults. Like, why the hell don't you guys do that?
I am not I 100% agree with you, but I am not going to use the oh fuck, I can't remember what you said. But no, I do agree with you. We do not have the infrastructure as far as like Russia, Japan, the UK. We do not invest at all in infrastructure as far as bridges, trains, anything like that. I don't know why. I'm not a politician.
Extra weird for your trains too, because I've seen the train caravans go across the Midwest. The massive US rail ones, you know, the big yellow ones that have like the one train, and then it's like a mile of like carts, not carts. What's the word? Carriages. US train, cargo train. I've seen those in motion, and those are sights to behold. But it's like you guys just want to obsess with your trucks, and now you're obsessing with your what do you call them? The drones. Amazon is obsessed with like, oh, we will get anything you want delivered to you. I mean, look at this shit. Look at this shit. The miles long trains. I've seen this shit in motion, and still it looks like a city you pass by. In motion, it's a city that's moving. It's surreal. And it's also really inefficient, because it's only heading to one or two places. It's heading to, I suppose, Chicago, or Omaha is pretty fucking central there. Out west, it's not even Vegas out west, is it? It's like,
we're so far behind. I don't know what the fuck is going on. We're so far behind.
You guys could have a real ass fucking train system. And I don't mean the shit Elon Musk talks about. I'm talking about real trains. Big boy, hard industry. They're ugly and they're slow in proportion to whatever the fuck he believes in his head. And they get the job done because they leave on the dot every single day, and they arrive every single day. And before people say, oh, we have that now, you do. Make it better. Every every single city, every single town, every single township should have a goddamn rail network. But that would cut into the roads and maybe fuck your car for the train. Yeah, especially if you're a city person. I mean, New Yorkers are proud when they get inside their car and then they spend half their life behind a fucking another car. And so, doubly so if you're in Chicago. And, well, I think we've all seen the LA blockage. LA traffic jam. Yeah, great if I could spell this, but I can't. Bam. Yeah, we've all seen this picture. Fix it. Fix it. No, we'll just add more lanes. We'll just add more lanes. Okay, for starters, what about the people who live on either side of those lanes? And what happens when you run out of space then? They will make more lanes. So by that logic, the whole Earth will just be one big highway that you're just stuck at all times to. This, I think it was Adam something who said this. This could be solved with 15 average European train loads that move at a constant rate throughout like inner cities in like Copenhagen and like Holland, in Amsterdam and stuff like that.
Well, aren't roundabouts more statistically efficient?
They are, bar the one. I will never like this one. The Arc de Triomphe traffic jam. Ah! Fuck these motherfuckers. I will never feel safe. Every time I drive on this motherfucker, I hate them. I hate them. They deny having any sign, any form of like laneage. Until you leave the arc. Why? Because it will be aesthetically like ugly. That's it. They will not put any goddamn lanes. So you're heading through the Champs-Elysees right here, right? Which is also where I got fleeced out of 500 quid one time. Interesting story. Doesn't matter. Involves a Italian guy. But fucking hell, I was like stunned. This is a 16-lane roundabout. But everyone has to siphon themselves off. But there's no lines. But here's the king, in all fairness. Fatalities and crashes are quite rare. But you know what isn't rare? Road rage. You ever want the stereotypical Frenchman to yell at you? You'll find it in the Arc de Triomphe, especially when everyone's heading home. But if you want to talk to a more realistic roundabout, is the UK roundabouts. They are just they're just better, except for the third one here. Like this one here is just a famously insane nightmare, but it's a one-off. There's no another like it like this. Instead, this is more what I'm used to. This is 100% what I'm used to. It's so much more efficient. It's prettier. You can put a symbol in the middle. Like, look at the roundabout in the fucking outside of Dublin Airport. Dublin, because we all know like the Denver Airport has the horse, right? Roundabout. To me, statue. You can see in the background, but it can be better. There it is. It's not great, but it's perfect. It'll do. There. That's in the middle of the roundabout. In the main roundabout you have over here, you have the rest of Dublin. Heading up from places like Santry, and a little bit further back where I was showing you earlier, Drumcondra. You have to go through Glasnevin, but which is ironically a really nice neighborhood. Then you have Santry, which is considered a little bit dodgy, nothing terrible. Then you have Santry. Then you have Dublin Airport. Dublin Airport cuts off the northern part of Dublin. From here on out east, you have why the hell am I showing this in concept when I can show it to you in reality? I'll just bring up Google Maps. The spirit of the air. This was made before or roughly about the same time I was born. So to me, this always symbolized the airport. And you can see it's right in the middle of the green, in between the roundabout. Now, if I'm right, yeah, that's heading off towards Dublin Airport. You see there, Terminal 1, Terminal 2. But if you follow that road, that heads off toward you. One of those names there is Swords. Also, the smaller text on top is Irish. Let's see if we get an Irish name. There we go. For example, there. That's Irish on top. There's the airport roundabout below. Roundabouts are just, they make so much sense. I'm shocked that when I go to the States, I see, I've been on the Jersey Turnpike.
Well,
it's a fucking nightmare.
Mathematically, yeah, roundabouts make more sense. I don't know. I mean, it's going to be completely different for me, but mathematically, roundabouts are going to be more easier.
Yeah. Oh no! Don't get me wrong. They are off-putting. Oh god! Look at that! Look at that! I remember. I've seen the towers. They're gone now. Of course they are. But here's the turnpike. I've worked there. When I worked there, there was no was it one tower? What's it called now? It's like the One Unity Tower or something like that. Instead of the Twin Towers, they're the One Unity Tower or something.
I don't know. I was in elementary school.
I remember working in the States when. By the way, how old are you?
27, but I was in kindergarten when.
Okay, well I'm 34 going on 35, so okay, yeah. Don't get me wrong, I was super fucking young, but I was in a truck going out watching, like, these hadn't even been built yet. They hadn't cleared the rubble. It was just a hole in the ground at the time. But moving away, yeah, the Jersey Turnpike is fucking nightmarish, and I don't care how sexy Sopranos tried to make it. Like, they were trying to make Tony Soprano look. I mean, look at this shit on the map. Look at it. Yeah, fuck the rest of it. I want to see. Yeah. Zoom up, zoom up, zoom. I'm a zooming. Oh my god, no. And don't get me wrong, like, that was a that was a pretty great representation of New York at that time. The first episodes were made before the towers fell, if I remember right. But like, this shit is fucking insane to me. Like, look at this. You guys take it for granted. You go, oh yeah, you just go this way and that way, this way. And my mother would have a seizure if she tried to drive, because she can barely handle a roundabout. She's never been able to understand a roundabout. She's never been a great driver. But, like, oh yeah, you just turn off here, and then that means you automatically have to go up here to go, yeah. Fuck that noise. Just... Ideally, obviously, we'd all have a city that was like perfectly symmetrical and everyone would know where they're going. But we don't live like that because people aren't perfect. That's why Barcelona is one of the most interesting cities, like, around, in my opinion. Like, it is... I assume you've seen Barcelona's like, architecture, like layout.
Well,
and
yeah,
things like that.
didn't they use that some of the architecture in Game of Thrones?
They may have used the cathedral. That on screen right here, the famous. By the way, also, of all places, nudists have a strong hangout there. If you ever want to see some nudists just hanging out on a on the porch of the cathedral there. But no, planning. Well, maybe they were inspired by it, but they wouldn't have based it one by one because it would have made no sense. I mean, look at that.
Maybe it was Morocco.
Oh yeah, well that may have been something that was used. I always love when a JPEG, like, you click on it, it's like open a new tab, and then it doesn't let you zoom in. Like that. Oh, I love that. Oh, give me more, please. Please give me more. I want you to deny me more. There we go. Jesus fucking Christ. But yeah, look at that. It's all cubed. It's all cubed. But look, there's a few avenues where traffic goes. But what about cars? You get a bike or you walk. That's it. And you know what everyone does then? What's the point of a car? Good fucking question. Are you going to leave Barcelona anytime soon? No. Well, don't bother with a car. It's not the end of the world. Just like the people in the marina here don't need fucking boats. That's why you're not seeing tons of marina boats here. You're seeing like shipping boats bringing shit in. I'll actually show you this from a ground level because it's lovely. Unless you're claustrophobic, then I suppose you would not like what's happening here. But this is some like really nice stuff that's going on here. Even on like the overview map, you can see like a trend. Look at all the cubes everywhere, even more than Manhattan. I think they do a better job at cubing it than Manhattan. Obviously, there's like roads because people need to get there, service industry. But look at this. Look, every corner has a little shop. So if you lived on the inside of these buildings, every one of the outside of your buildings would be a store that you'd want. There's a bank. Well, I thought that was a bank. I have no idea actually what these are because I can't speak Spanish. But oh, there's the cathedral. They're always being built. If I remember right, it is never finished. Famously, it is the unknown architect who makes the Barcelona cathedral. It is never finished. It is always being built. At one point, it was Barcelona's shame, and then they were like, well, why the hell shouldn't we be proud of it? Let's always have people add on to it. But yeah, this is more like an average sort of thing, right? So you live inside the apartments, and if you're wondering, well, where do your kids like play and shit, that's the courtyard, the little cube inside the cube. And look, the traffic, almost all of these are related to the jobs outside. Look at these are all food trucks, these are all like drink trucks, mopeds everywhere. There's the occasional car for sure, but it makes all the difference. And if you want a bus or a car, a bus or like a train, it's so, you know, you grab on one, you go to the other. And I've been in cities that would make this cry. Like you go to fucking Oslo and you hop off the airport and go to the the spot is always going to be there for me. You hop off the airport and you grab it. It's like Oslo Airport. Bam. There's a train line that just goes right down there. €7, or they tell you buy a weekly pass if you're going to be staying here for more than a day. Take you down to Oslo, which looks chaotic, and it is chaotic. Oh my god, you can get lost in Oslo so easily. I got lost 3 times, and I was only there for a week. But eventually, you find yourself to the center of Oslo, which is... I walked to the palace. It's not as good as... It's not as big or as grand as the palace in Buckingham. Buckingham in the UK. But it is still pretty impressive. And more importantly, the grounds around it are a public park. And it is lovely. And they were these were completely frozen over when I were there. Again, I am so sorry. I'm just been rambling this whole time. Are you still there? Bro?
Yes.
I've been rambling for so long. I actually stopped. I was like, I'm sorry for rambling for so long, and I'm like, wait, are you still there?
Yeah, I've just been, sitting around.
Dude, do you wanna end this? Cause you sound like you're ready for bed.
I was just about ready for bed. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for showing up. I'll end this here with you now. And anything you want to shill before we go?
Not really. I don't do anything. I mean, I don't know. I'm just here. That's me. I'm just here.
Okay. Well, we're looking forward to hearing you being just here in the future. Alright? Thank you for showing up, man, and I will take care of you soon. Bye. Well, that was fun. I guess I should get the stuff you guys can actually see. I just realized that, like, American or European, you guys are probably asleep right now. Give me a shout if any of you are still awake while I play something. Not play games, but like I actually watch something. And you're gonna join me in that watching, of course. Of course. Root question is what? Two worlds. Oh. Alright. Let's watch this. Well, actually, first things first, I need to pee. So, back in a second. Ugh. Wait, what? Ooh. Ooh. Wow. Yeah. You can see it. I got the red wine lipstick going on. Oh.
He's coming back. He's coming back.
Oh no, buddy. Oh,
what an idiot.
In a different context, I've slipped like that. It didn't involve a bouncer or a bar. It may involve the same level of alcohol. Oh, you hear him? I'm done. Cholo, gangsta, goes viral. He does almost look like something you'd see in a video game, like, hey Holmes! I'm gonna summon Danny Trejo and try you. Look at it! Alright, he knew at the end. Gonna ruin it for everyone else? Okay.
People make really poor decisions when they've had too much to drink. It's like, you know, instant asshole, like just add shots.
It's generally pretty easy to spot somebody who you're gonna end up kicking out of a bar.
I think.
What do you mean? Hey, buddy. You look like you work out. I work out too. Yeah. Let's see those muscles. No? Okay. Hey. Hey, you. Same again. So. You strong? Like, can you fight? Yeah, shit like that, you know, like, you other times you're more like,
I think you just read them.
Yeah, if somebody's had too much, usually their voice gets louder.
They probably look like me right now.
Nah, but you're gonna get me another drink. Or they're like, bitch. And just leave it like that. I've seen it all. I've seen it all.
Now, slightly kind of bleary-eyed.
Wholly oblivious to the world surrounding you.
I would do the same.
No, mate. Female bouncer. Extra fucking respect. But extra danger. And not because, oh, women can't have, no, but because you head home from the bar and some guy who perhaps in his weird warped idea of masculinity will see being beaten up by a stronger man to be acceptable, but being beaten up by a woman to be acceptable. Of course, there are some bars. This is an American thing. It doesn't happen in Ireland. If you're a gobshite woman, you're getting hurled out by a dude, and that's the end of it. If you're getting, not to say that there aren't female bouncers here in Ireland. I remember one. Oh, she wasn't going for me, but she was going for my friends, and he was like, "What? What? This girl's like, Oni, you, out. You're not gonna fuck anyone." And he's like, "I've finished my drink. Finish it downstairs. Now!" And I looked to Claire, my friend Claire, and she was like, "Yeah, she's a bitch." She's just a bitch.
Thing where you like kind of go back and forth, and if their eyes just, they can't follow, they're gone. That's too much.
The big red flag is when either you fall off your stool, when you hear that thud, and you know they hit the floor. That's usually the one for me. Yeah, he messed up.
They're swaying, if they're asleep, if they're slurring their words, if they're ordering.
Slurring their words? Oh no. So by their fourth drink, they're banned for life? What the fuck? Like, you have to be more like, "Hey, so do you want anything?" Yeah. And that's me when I am too far drunk. I am literally like, yeah. I literally am. I'm like, I'm basically Blackadder when he had that weird speech impediment, which is extra funny because Rowan Atkinson does have a speech impediment.
4 vodka sodas or a vodka and vodka.
You know, they think they're a lot funnier than they really are. I mean,
the abrupt, loud talking, you know, just cursing.
Are they getting overconfident with women?
They're like too handsy with the girls.
And you're like, oh no, this is not gonna go well at all.
Okay, this is a bar top, right?
Girls are different. Girls are like, oh my god, you're the one. I know you. Met guys like you before. And I'm like, okay. Okay, I told the story when I was in Cleveland of what was their name? The Time Lord. The Time Lord. Oh my fucking Christ. Oh, the Time Lord.
You're too drunk.
Aggression or nap time. So it's really, if they display anything that's toddler related, then I know that it's go time.
I think the best way to approach it is like, well, we usually try to get you before.
So usually start off with talking with them, giving them water, kind of feeling them out a little bit.
I wait till they order the next drink. I don't tell.
Over here, you don't do that. No. Talking them out, yes, you do not give them water unless they ask for it. And you know why? Because it feels like you're pandering to them, and that might set some of them off. Furthermore, the fuck do you know? The best bouncers have been 100% shocked by people who have just kept on going. But because of that bullshit, there is an element of being like, the fuck did you say? I've only had 12 pints. All over chest and shit.
Tell them I'm actually going to stop serving them for the rest of the night.
It suddenly starts taking you 30 minutes to get your drink. Not because I'm bad at my job, it's because I don't want to give you another drink and I want you to get bored.
Maybe we have a glass.
Another thing I was told when I had a little bit too much was simply this. That's your last, right? And I'm like, oh, okay. He's like, yeah. I'm like, alright, that's fair. And I left after. He did not say he's going to follow me down the end of the street to see if I'm going to go into another bar. He's not going to say if, you know, he's going to make sure I have to go home or to church or to AA or whatever shit like that. No, he just said that here, now, that's it. You are cut off. Okay, you're the boss. I will take my money and I will use my feet to go to a different bar. That's okay.
Glass of water before we have another drink. We're like, can we offer you some food? You can defuse a lot of situations by simply over-communicating with people.
Just use really calm, soothing language.
When I do have to 86 somebody, I don't always want to come in guns blazing. I'll usually put my hand on top of theirs and be like, hey, buddy, no, stop.
I'd love to.
But I think this one's the one. This one's the one for a lot of people. She's got a high success rate? You know what? I'm keeping my hand off your drink, but it's mostly because you don't need another, because of you're going to need finances for it.
To call you an Uber or a taxi.
So there's nothing wrong.
Bullshit in the Midwest. In Bloomington, it was a nightmare to get either of those things in the time I went out. And when we got them, they were in constant fucking flux. Yeah, man, I'll be here, but I've got to go there. Yeah, I need to go there, but I've got to go here. I'm like, buddy, I grew up in the 90s in Ireland, and I've been in the 2010s in Ohio. I can hot seat with someone. It's all right. Just get me out of here.
Wrong with being drunk at a bar. That's why we go to a bar. But do they start to impede on other people's happiness? That's when they gotta go.
I was waiting for him to say that this whole time. That's it. When you ruin another person's night, when you sit down next to someone and go, hey buddy, hey.
Out drunk, it's really an art.
Nobody likes getting kicked out from a guy that's been kicked out of numerous bars.
You want to get the situation under control and removed from the other people that are having a really good time. Once the scene starts, that's when you know you made a mistake.
I come around the bar and I try to make it, as easy as possible.
Remove them from a situation that they would get defensive in.
Walk them out the door and put them in a cab. But you just don't want to create conflict. Conflict's always a bad thing with drunk people.
Is there a time when it's gone wrong?
Yeah. Always, yeah.
It's always gone wrong.
So many ways people can be dicks.
Always is a... That's just more about you as a diffuser than anything, buddy. Always. It has gone wrong. Like, it does go wrong, for sure. Like, you can fuck up in 1,000 different ways.
I had a guy throw his girlfriend's purse at me.
You usually get the middle finger, and you're called a lot.
I watched two girls as a kid one time in a foam pit beat the living shit out of each other, and both of them were wearing sovereign rings. That's when I realized human beings were human beings. All the tidy-whitey thongs and tons of makeup in the world doesn't change the fact that people look the same underneath.
A lot of amazing names.
Someone flicked a lit cigarette at me.
I've had people scream and spit in my face.
It's pretty lame when they start insulting your mom.
People get violent. He put up dukes, like fighting Irishmen, one hand in front of the other.
We saw that earlier outside of the wool shed outside of Dublin.
Punched in the face by a 61-year-old man named Chief Whiskey Dick.
I definitely had a guy launch himself over the bar and take a swing at me.
She breaks her martini glass and tries to stab me with the stem of it.
I've seen a girl strip naked and scream, "You don't know me," and walk out in heels. She had granny panties on. Everything else screamed, "I'm a slutty little girl ready to fuck." She ripped it off, tits flaying in the wind, and screamed, "You don't know me." Apparently, caused it was her card was declined. I ain't got anything to say to that.
And in his defense, a lot of people have wanted to do that to me, but
Everybody just thinks you're braver than security guards, and
Yeah, and sometimes they have. I've seen bouncers being brought into the back of ambulances. I've been to places who replaced faces. They died. Don't get me wrong. Bouncers are human beings. You hear tales of a guy who 2 weeks later comes back with a knife or a gun and just blows out a guy's face. But it is few and far between. However, that is why bouncers in Ireland at night often have stab vests for that very same reason.
Don't hit a bouncer in the face. It's a terrible idea. They're usually bigger than you.
It's not fun to...
Usually. Best ever saw was the first I ever saw. It was this 6'2" black guy out the side of an Eddie Rockets about to beat the living shit out of this scrawny 19-year-old who apparently every day called him the N-word over and over and over again. You know what the guy did? He fucking won. The white guy? Oh no, no. He didn't die. He lost. Badly. The other guy won. Because obviously he won. It's kind of obvious. But I always remember that, and I know that because I was heading to a party on the far side of town that passed by the Eddie Rockets, and I always saw that, and I'm like, wait, what's that? And it just so happened there was a red light. I opened up my window, and I watched it, and all I saw was a scrawny motherfucker go in for a swing that was as wide as this. It was the most ridiculous. He hated I don't think he even hated black people. I think he just hated something, and he focused all his energy on this bouncer. And I was just for one moment watching that little nugget, you know.
To kick someone out, but it's also important to protect everyone else and the person themselves.
Kicking a person out of the bar is like, it's such a bummer. People are always like, oh, that like bartender or bar manager or like whatever, they're like on such a power trip. And it's like, you're just kind of an asshole.
No, not over here. It's very rare that you hear people going like, you shouldn't have kicked them out. Sometimes that happens. But for the most part, if you have like an alliance, the alliance is also like paying them money, so yeah. Honestly, I think I'm talking to myself right now, so guess I'll end it. Anyone watches in the future? Awesome that you got this far. Say so in the chat so I know you got this far. Listen, I'll be back on Friday. No, yo, I will be back on Friday, but it won't be on YouTube. It will be on Twitch. From here on out, Bearded Ramblings is solely on Twitch. What, Twitch? Jesus Christ. It's on Saturdays. My bad. Alright, let me try this again. I hope you enjoyed tonight. If you did, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Check out the links down below for Discord, Twitter, Twitch, and our stream goal. I will be streaming next on Twitch this Friday. Game? Dragon Age, most likely. Dragon Age Inquisition. And then on Saturday, I will be back here on YouTube to do Bearded Ramblings with Alan Reyes. After that, I will be on Sunday with Twitch to just game again. Game, Fallout, or Skyrim. I don't know. And from there, we'll go from there. Listen, I'm very drunk. You know what to do at this point. Like, share, and subscribe. Check out the links down below. And don't forget. Just don't. Seriously. Once you forget something, it's gone forever. It's like literally gone. There's a good chance that it's never coming back. But you know what else? You're amazing.